What if our deepest anxieties are just echoes of an ancient choice? Who are you listening to in the dark? Do you walk with the cynical or sit with the bitter? True peace begins with what we love. It is about feeding the soul night and day, finding an anchor in something timeless and unseen. Like a deep-rooted tree by a hidden river, you draw strength to grow when the season is right. Your inner life never withers, and every action begins to bear a quiet, lasting weight. But without this anchor, we are like dry dust, swept away by every passing storm of worry. When trials come, a hollow heart collapses, unable to stand against the cold weight of truth. For a true, authentic path is always known and protected, but the superficial life simply vanishes. Now ask yourself, why is the modern world always raging? Why do we obsess over empty illusions, while our leaders build monuments to their own egos? The powerful band together trying to silence the quiet voice of sacred order. They cry out to break all moral boundaries, desperate to escape any higher truth. But the eternal consciousness above merely smiles, watching our fragile arrogance with patient pity. Soon the harsh reality of their own chaos speaks back to them in sudden, painful terror. Yet a sacred order has already been established deep within the soul on a mountain of truth. A voice whispers from the dark, "You are my child, born this day to carry my light. Just ask, and you will inherit the strength to overcome the chaos of the outside world. Even the darkest corners of your fear will be conquered with unwavering, solid resolve. Your doubts will shatter like brittle clay. So wake up now. Look closely at your life. Let your mind be disciplined. Let your inner judge learn the value of humility. Honor the mystery of life with deep awe and embrace the truth before it slips away. Otherwise, your path will dissolve in anger, for even a small spark of bitterness can destroy you. But true peace belongs to those who trust the process. Look at David fleeing from his own son in betrayal. Have you ever felt hunted by those you love? We wake up to a flood of worries, surrounded by 1,000 voices telling us we will fail. They whisper that you are beyond saving, that hope is gone. But there is a shield around your heart, a quiet strength that lifts your fallen gaze, a sanctuary you can call out to in the dark. Even in the middle of a storm, you can close your eyes, lie down, and sleep in true safety. You wake up standing tall, no longer terrified of the countless anxieties crowding around you. Though they encircle you, a deeper power rises up to deliver you from the threat. The toxic thoughts that held you captive are suddenly shattered, losing all their power. Their bite is gone. Real deliverance is not external. It belongs to the spirit. It is a blessing that rests quietly upon everyone who seeks the path of light. Listen closely when I call out, "O source of my inner truth, you gave me breathing room when I was trapped. Show me grace now and hear my plea." How long will we trade our divine worth for cheap praise, chasing shadows and empty illusions? How long will we hunt for lies? Remember, the sacred has chosen those who remain true. You are never truly alone. When you call, the universe answers. Stand in silent wonder. Stop searching outside. Talk to your own soul in the quiet of the night. And be still. Align your actions with truth. Let go of control and place your trust in the infinite. So many are asking where hope has gone. Please shine your inner light upon our path. You have filled my spirit with a deep, quiet joy that external wealth could never buy. While others chase material wealth and passing pleasure, I find a deeper rest. I will close my eyes in peace, knowing my soul is safe. This ancient guide is not history. It is the blueprint of your own survival. Listen closely. Why do we cry out in the dark? Listen to my silent thoughts, O Lord. Hear me, my King and God. At dawn's first light, My voice reaches you, Lord. Every morning I lay my soul bare before you, looking up in desperate hope. You are not a God who takes pleasure in the darkness of evil. Arrogant minds cannot survive in your presence. You hate all those who do wrong. You destroy those who speak lies. The Lord abhors deceit and bloodshed. But as for me, wrapped in your endless mercy, I step into your presence. With deep sacred awe, I will bow down toward your holy, majestic temple. Lead me in your righteousness, Lord, because of the enemies watching me. Make your path straight before my eyes. Not a single word they say is true. Their hearts are pure destruction, their throats like open graves, slick with flattery. Declare them guilty, O God. Let them fall into the traps of their own making. Banish them for their endless rebellion, because they have revolted against you. But let everyone who runs to you for safety find joy and sing. Let them shout for joy, forever protected under the shadow of your wings. May all who love your name rejoice. For you surely bless the righteous, Lord. You shield them with your divine favor. Psalm 6. A desperate cry, a song of David. O Lord, do not correct me in your burning anger. Do not punish me in your fierce fury. Have mercy, Lord. I am fading away. Heal me, Lord. My very bones are shaking, and my soul is deeply tormented. How long, Lord, how long? Turn back and rescue me for your love's sake, for the dead cannot remember you. Who can praise you from the silent grave? I am exhausted from groaning. Night after night, my tears completely soak my bed, Lord. My couch is drenched. My eyes are swollen and worn out from grief. My vision grows dim because of my enemies. Go away, you evildoers, for the Lord has finally heard my weeping. He has heard my cry. The Lord has answered my plea. He will accept my prayer and shame my enemies. May they turn back in sudden disgrace. Suddenly. Psalm 7. A song of David concerning Cush, the man of Benjamin. O Lord my God, I take refuge in you. Save me from my hunters. Rescue me from all who pursue me, before they tear my soul like a lion. They want to rip my soul to pieces with no one to rescue me. O Lord my God, if I have done wrong, if my hands are truly stained, if I have betrayed a peaceful friend or plundered my enemy without cause, then let my enemy hunt me down, overtake me, and capture my entire soul. Let them grind my life into the dirt and drag my honor through the dust. Rise up, Lord, in your burning anger. Stand against the fury of my enemies. Awake, my God, and bring the justice you have already commanded. Gather the nations around you and rule over them from your high throne. Return to your place on high. The Lord is the ultimate judge of all. Vindicate me, Lord, according to my righteousness and the deep integrity within me. Bring an end to the violence of the wicked and secure the righteous. For you examine our thoughts and minds, righteous God. You are my shield. God saves the pure in heart. He is a judge who exposes evil daily. If they do not repent, he will surely sharpen his sword. Look within your own heart. Why does the human mind secretly prepare the very weapons of its own destruction, aiming arrows at our own shadows? We give birth to the dark illusions that haunt our daily lives. We dig a deep hole, only to stumble into the trap ourselves. Our inner toxicity always rebounds, striking our own minds with quiet fury. The ancient text is telling us that our choices carry absolute psychological consequences. True liberation comes from aligning our soul with a higher objective order. Now look at the 8th Psalm, an ancient song reflecting on the human condition. How can the vast cosmos echo with the divine presence we so easily forget? Yet the deepest spiritual truths are often whispered by the most innocent among us. This quiet strength silences the loud, chaotic voices of our internal doubts. When we look up at the infinite stars, our fragile ego begins to shatter. We are forced to ask, what is a human being in this massive, unfeeling universe? Why does the Creator of all things care so deeply about our tiny existence? We are crowned with a sacred consciousness positioned between the dust and the divine. We were given authority over the world, but we struggle to master ourselves. We rule the beasts of the earth, yet we remain prey to our own impulses. We map the deepest oceans, but live as strangers to our own inner depths. Our identity is anchored in a sacred design far grander than ourselves. Let us journey into Psalm 9, a raw cry of a soul confronting chaos. It calls us to integrate our fractured minds and embrace the wonder of existence. We must find our joy not in fleeting success, but in the ground of being itself. When truth illuminates the mind, the shadow aspects of our psyche begin to dissolve. A higher justice restores order to the internal chaos we struggle with daily. The destructive forces within us are confronted, exposed, and ultimately stripped of power. The ego's false empires are destined to crumble, leaving behind only quiet ruin. The ancient cities of our pride are turned to dust and forgotten. Yet something eternal remains untouched, a solid foundation of ultimate truth and justice. This divine reality evaluates our hearts, cutting directly through our deepest self-deceptions. It offers a safe harbor for the broken and those weary of exile. When anxiety paralyzes our modern lives, this sanctuary protects the soul from despair. Those who recognize this inner truth find a solid ground that never shakes. We are called to share this hope, to speak light into darkness. When the universe demands an accounting for pain, every silent tear is recorded, and the cry of the suffering is never ignored. Look at the pain we carry, the invisible battles fought within our minds. Yet we are pulled back from the edge of psychological death to speak truth. We find healing when our pride is shattered and our illusions are swept away. The psychological traps we lay for others ultimately end up ensnaring our own minds. Life has a way of reflecting our choices back to us, showing who we are. We construct our own psychological hells when we live completely out of alignment with truth. But those who are spiritually poor and broken will not be abandoned forever. Their deep hope for restoration and healing will never be truly lost. Let the false dominance of our ego be shattered so we can finally face reality. Strip away our arrogance so we remember that we are only fragile, mortal humans. Why does the divine feel so distant when our modern world descends into silent chaos? In times of pain, the ego rises in arrogance, preying on our deepest vulnerabilities. We get trapped by our own toxic desires, celebrating the illusions we feed ourselves. This internal obsession with greed poisons the spiritual connection we desperately need. Locked in our own self-importance, we stop looking for anything higher than ourselves. Our minds grow blind to sacred truths, drifting away from deep spiritual reality. We laugh at our inner conflicts, falsely confident, whispering to our own restless hearts. "I will never fall," we say, while hiding behind masks of deceit and bitter words. Underneath our polished surfaces lies a quiet malice, a vanity that rots us inside. Our shadows lurk in the dark, quiet corners of our daily, mundane lives. They target our innocent hopes, waiting silently to crush what little faith remains. Like a predator in the brush, this inner darkness waits to drag us into despair. It pulls the net tight, forcing the soul to bend under a heavy, invisible weight. We tell ourselves that the universe has forgotten us, that the light is gone. Yet a quiet cry rises from our depths, begging the ultimate source to wake up. Help our fragile souls. Why does our cynical mind try to deny the sacred? It thinks there are no consequences. Yet a deeper consciousness witnesses every hidden scar. We surrender our brokenness to that presence, the only true anchor for the lost. You heal our inner orphan, shattering the strong grip of our personal secret demons. Purge the ego until only light remains, restoring the eternal order within our hearts. The chaos in our minds fades away. You hear the quiet prayers of the humble. You strengthen our fragile inner world, listening closely to our unspoken, deepest needs, restoring justice to our wounded parts, so worldly anxieties can no longer enslave us. In this sacred space, we find our anchor. Why then do we feel urged to run? Why does fear tell us to escape to isolation, while our internal shadows draw their weapons? They aim their arrows from the dark, targeting the truth we strive to live by. If the very foundations of our identity crumble, what is left for us to do? Yet the divine presence remains untouched, sitting on a throne beyond our mental noise. Those eternal eyes watch us closely, testing the true strength of the human soul. The universe rejects our destructive, violent thoughts, separating the pure from the corrupt. A tempest of mental torment and anxiety eventually consumes those who choose darkness. That is their bitter cup. But a just universe always loves genuine integrity. Divine light shines on the upright, yet we look for truth in vain. Save us, because genuine spiritual humans seem to be vanishing completely. The faithful are gone from our society, replaced by empty, meaningless conversations. Everyone speaks with deceptive, flattering lips, hiding behind a divided, double heart. The spiritual law will eventually silence these fake words and our arrogant speech. We proudly believe our words can save us, claiming our minds are our own. We ask who rules us, while ignoring the quiet, starving cries of our soul. Now I will rise, says the divine voice, placing the weary in ultimate safety. These sacred teachings are completely pure, like silver refined 7 times in fire. You will protect these timeless truths, keeping them safe from our corrupted age. Even when moral confusion surrounds us and darkness walks on every side, when worthlessness is praised by the crowd, our deepest existential question begins. How long will you forget my soul, O Lord? Forever. How long will you hide from me, Creator? How long must I endure this silence? How long will my own mind torment me with daily sorrow while darkness triumphs? Answer me, O Lord my God. Give light to my fading eyes, lest I fall into the sleep of death, and the shadows claim they have won. My tormentors would celebrate my collapse, yet I still choose to trust your mercy. My soul will find joy in your rescue, singing out, because you are so generous to me. Now consider Psalm 14, an ancient song of David. The fool has whispered deep within his heart, there is no God. They are completely corrupt, doing evil with no one doing good. God looks down from heaven upon humanity, searching our souls to see if anyone truly understands, if anyone is searching for the divine. But they have all strayed, becoming hollow and corrupt. Not one person does good, not even one. Do these evildoers have no wisdom, devouring my people like they eat bread, never calling on God? Yet sudden terror will paralyze them, for God is present with the upright. You mock the plans of the helpless, but God is their safe harbor. If only rescue would come from the holy mountain. When God finally frees his captive people, humanity will rejoice and find true joy. Now consider Psalm 15, written by David. Lord, who is worthy to rest in your presence? Who can dwell on your sacred hill? The one who lives with integrity, acts justly, and speaks honest truth from the heart. Someone who refuses to slander or harm their neighbor and rejects the urge to spread gossip about others. In whose eyes the wicked are rejected, but who honors those who respect the divine. He who keeps his promise, even when it hurts, who refuses to lend money with greedy interest, and never takes a bribe against the innocent. Whoever lives like this will never be shaken. Psalm 16. A golden song of David. Protect me, God, for I trust in you. I whispered to the Almighty, you are my ultimate guide and my only hope. Goodness is nothing without you. I find my true community among the faithful on this earth. But those who chase after empty idols will only multiply their own pain. I will not join their dark rituals nor speak their names. God alone is my inheritance, the cup that fills my soul and my secure future. The boundary lines of my life have fallen in beautiful, quiet land. Truly, my heritage is beautiful. I will praise the Lord who guides my path, teaching my deepest conscience even in the dark hours of night. I keep my focus entirely on Him. With God beside me, I stand secure. Therefore my heart is glad, my spirit sings, and my body rests in hope. You will not abandon my soul to the grave, nor let your faithful one face decay. You point the way to life. In your presence is absolute joy, and eternal peace rests at your right hand. Now hear Psalm 17, a desperate prayer of David. Listen to my cry for justice, Lord. Hear this prayer from lips that hold no deceit. Let my vindication come directly from you, for your eyes see what is fair. You have tested my heart in the dark, visiting me when I am most vulnerable. You examined my soul, finding no deceit. My mind is resolved. How does a man survive the dark impulses of humanity without losing his own soul? By stepping away from destructive paths, steadying my feet on a higher unseen road, so I do not stumble. I cry out to the silent depths, begging for answers, hoping the divine listens to my quiet plea and reveals a profound, grace-filled truth, a power that rescues those who trust the inner light from the darkness around them. Protect my fragile identity like a precious gem. Shield me under the shadow of your presence, safe from the cruel shadows of the mind and the deadly enemies that pursue me. They surround me, trapped in their cold, arrogant self-absorption, speaking words of pure pride. They track my every move, watching closely, waiting for the exact moment I break. Crouching low, hungry for my defeat, like a silent predator ready to strike from the shadows. A hidden beast waiting to destroy. Rise up, inner strength, and shatter his ancient power. Bring him down. Save my conscious mind from these base instincts, the destructive forces of life. Save me from those who live only for the superficial, finding their reward in this world, satisfied only by material wealth and earthly desire, hoarding secrets to feed their physical cravings. They pass their material burdens down to their children. But my quest is entirely different. I will seek true alignment. Only when my consciousness awakens will I find peace. This is the timeless struggle of David, the servant of light, expressed in an ancient melody. A psychological map sung on the day of liberation when the inner shadows finally receded. Rescued from external threats and the madness of his king, he spoke these profound words. I love this ultimate source of strength. It is my unshakable foundation, my inner fortress. My mental shield, my protector, the core power in which I place my absolute trust, the deep reservoir of my survival, my highest perspective. I invoke this powerful guiding force and escape the dark forces that threaten my sanity. The choking anxiety of death closed in. Torrents of psychological terror overwhelmed me. The deep agony of hellish isolation took hold, trapped by mortal dread, paralyzed by fear. In my deepest crisis, I cried out, searching the depths of the soul. He heard my voice from the sacred inner temple. My plea reached the absolute center. Suddenly, my entire psychological reality began to shake. The very foundations of my ego trembled under the terrifying weight of divine anger. A blinding smoke rose from the depths, and a consuming fire erupted from within, igniting the raw coals of transformation. The barrier between heaven and earth finally collapsed. Stepping through profound darkness, riding upon the cosmic winds of change, soaring across the vast subconscious, he cloaked his ultimate mysteries in shadow, a hidden sanctuary of deep waters, enveloped by heavy mist and stormy skies, the turbulent depths of the human mind. Then blinding clarity shattered the dark storm, raining down raw, purifying heat. The cosmic voice resonated in the high skies, speaking truth directly into existence, unleashing bright arrows of insight to scatter the terrifying phantoms of my mind. With flashes of deep understanding, he routed the inner demons of doubt. The hidden currents of the subconscious lay bare, exposing the roots of my existence. By the sheer force of truth, he reached down into the dark abyss and grabbed me, pulling me safely out of the overwhelming floods of despair and my powerful shadows, saving me from self-destructive forces that were simply too heavy for my ego to bear. They struck during my deepest vulnerability, but a divine anchor held me fast. He led my soul into a vast, open space of freedom, loving my true essence. The universe answered my search for integrity, honoring my strive for inner purity, recompensing my clean intentions, because I aligned my actions with the laws of spiritual growth. Why do we run from the very truths that could heal our broken minds? Ancient texts weren't rules to restrict us, but maps to find our lost identity. We must guard our hearts from our own worst impulses. Only then does the quiet universe reward our painful integrity. The mirror of reality is simple. Show mercy, and mercy finds you. Walk with genuine purity, and the path ahead becomes clear and bright. But feed your own deceit, and the world turns hostile and confusing. This ancient wisdom rescues the humble while crushing our arrogant modern egos. It ignites a quiet flame within us, lighting up the pitch-black corners of depression. Armed with this inner light, you can break through any mental barrier holding you back. These timeless psychological laws are fully tested, acting as a shield for your fragile heart. What other foundation can sustain you when the storms of existential dread begin to blow? There is a deep force that coats our trembling souls with absolute resilience and grace. It helps us climb the dangerous high cliffs of anxiety and teaches us to fight. Suddenly, we can break the heavy iron chains of addiction under our own quiet power. We find ourselves protected, held upright by a gentle energy that reconstructs our broken dignity. Our narrow path expands, giving us room to breathe deeply. No longer slipping, we chase down our deep neuroses and conquer them completely. We do not stop until those toxic patterns are put to death forever. They collapse in the dirt because you found the courage to stand your ground. This internal strength subdues every single voice of self-doubt that tries to destroy you. It gives you complete control over the dark forces that threatened your peace. Those old toxic impulses will scream out for survival, but no help comes. They are ignored, ground into microscopic dust, and scattered to the four winds of change. You wash them out like filth in the rain, finally freed from your exile, delivered from the constant, exhausting social validation that holds so many people hostage today. You become the master of your own destiny, commanding respect without saying a word. The chaotic distractions of the outside world slowly begin to yield to you. Fear itself retreats, crawling back into the shadows where it can no longer hurt. This living energy inside us remains the only real anchor in our shifting world. He balances the scales of justice, setting our spirits free. You are lifted high above the reach of those who try to break you. Rescued from the violent storms of life, Gratitude naturally floods your entire being. We speak this truth to a skeptical generation, proving that real rescue exists. Infinite mercy is poured out on those who accept their calling. This ancient lineage of faith continues today, echoing in Song 19 of the Cosmos. Look up. The stars are shouting a secret, showing a brilliant master design. Every sunrise whispers a warning, and every dark night reveals profound hidden mysteries. They speak without a single word, yet their silent message penetrates every human heart. This quiet frequency travels across the entire globe, reaching the very edge of existence. In the center of this cosmic design, the sun rises like a radiant, hopeful bridegroom. It leaps into the sky, bursting with power, eager to conquer its daily journey. It travels from one extreme horizon to the other, missing nothing in its brilliant path. Its warmth touches everything, just as perfect, timeless truth restores our broken spirits. This ancient wisdom is utterly reliable, giving profound direction to the lost searcher. The pathways of the Lord are right, bringing deep joy to the heavy human heart. They are pure, giving light to the eyes. A sacred awe of God is pure, lasting forever. The supreme decisions of the Lord are true, entirely righteous. They are worth far more than gold. Yes, even the finest wealth on earth, sweeter than wild honey dripping from the comb. By these truths, your servant is warned, and guarding them brings a profound reward. Yet who can truly see their own hidden errors? Cleanse my secret faults. Keep your servant safe from willful, arrogant sins. Do not let them rule me so I can stand upright and remain completely free from the ultimate betrayal. Let the spoken words of my mouth and the quiet thoughts of my heart find favor in your eyes, O Lord my God, only strength and my Redeemer. Psalm 20. For the chief musician, a song of David. May the Lord answer you in times of trouble. May the God of Jacob protect you. May he send rescue from his holy place and strengthen you out of Zion. May he remember your gifts and accept your deepest sacrifice. Selah. May he grant your heart's deepest desires and fulfill your every plan. We will celebrate your rescue, and in the name of our God, we will raise our banners. May the Lord grant your requests. Now I know that the Lord saves his chosen one. He answers from his sacred sky with the triumphant power of his right hand. Some trust in chariots, and others in horses, but we will remember the name of the Lord our God. They have collapsed and fallen, but we rise up and stand firm. Save us, Lord, and let the King answer when we call. Psalm 21. For the chief musician, a song of David. The King rejoices in your strength, Lord. In your deliverance, how deeply he rejoices. You have given him the deep longing of his heart and answered the prayer of his lips. You welcomed him with rich blessings of goodness, and you placed a crown of pure gold on his head. He asked you for life, and you gave it to him even, endless days forever and ever. His glory shines bright through your rescue. Honor and majesty you have laid upon his shoulders. You made him deeply blessed forever, filling him with joy in your presence. For the King trusts in the Lord, and through the love of the Most High, he will not be shaken. Your hand will reach all your enemies. Your powerful right hand will find those who hate you. You will burn them like a blazing oven in the moment of your anger. The Lord will swallow them up in his fury, and fire will consume them. You will destroy their offspring from the earth, and their descendants from among them, human race. For they plotted evil against you, planning a wicked scheme that they could never pull off. Therefore you will force them to. Turn and run when you aim your drawn arrows directly at their faces, against them. Stand tall, O Lord, in your own majestic strength, and we will sing and praise your mighty power. Psalm 22. For the chief musician. To the tune of the morning doe, a song of David. My God, why abandoned me? Why are you so far from rescuing me? Far from my agonizing groans. Oh my God, I cry all day long, but you do not hear. And through the night I find no rest. Yet you are holy, the one who lives within the praises of Israel. Our ancestors put their trust in you. They trusted and you rescued them. They cried out to you and were saved. They trusted you and were never disappointed. What if your deepest suffering is actually a map designed to guide you out of your own inner exile? Imagine standing before a crowd completely stripped of dignity, mocked and pointed at by everyone you once trusted. They whisper that you believed in something bigger. So why hasn't it saved you yet? Yet a quiet voice reminds you of your beginning of the hand that pulled you from the dark. You were taught to hope before you even had words bound to a mystery from your very first breath. But now, as the darkness closes in, you plead for that presence not to abandon you in the dark. Trouble is close and you are utterly alone, surrounded by the heavy, suffocating weight of your fears. They circle you like ancient beasts, ready to tear apart whatever quiet faith you have left. A roaring lion at your heels, while your inner strength slowly evaporates like water. Every bone feels broken, and your heart melts like hot wax, dissolving deep inside your chest. Your energy is gone, dry as a piece of broken clay. Your tongue cleaves to your mouth, and you feel dragged down into the cold dust of death. Wild dogs close in on you, an assembly of shadows blocking every escape route. They pierce your hands and feet, staring down at your broken body, as if you are already gone. They divide up your very identity, gambling away your clothes while you watch in silence. Do not stay far away. My strength, come quickly to rescue my soul from this sharpness. Save my precious life from the jaws of the beast, from the tearing power of the dog. Deliver me, for you have answered me from the wild horns. I will shout your name to my brothers, standing proud in the middle of the crowd. I will sing your praise and tell everyone who seeks the light to stand in awe. Give glory to him, all you descendants, and let your hearts remember who holds the universe. For he has never turned away from the suffering of those who are broken. He did not hide his face, but listened when the cry of agony broke the silence. I will keep my promises in front of everyone, and the humble will finally find peace. They will feast and be satisfied, and those who seek the truth will feel their hearts live. Your spirit will live forever, and the farthest corners of the earth will remember and return. Every family, every nation will bow before the mystery that holds all of existence. For the kingdom belongs to the divine ruling over all nations. Even the wealthy and powerful of this earth will bow down in quiet surrender. All who are destined to return to the dust will kneel helpless to save themselves. Our children will serve this legacy, carrying the story forward to the generations to come. They will step forward, telling of a justice and mercy that cannot be shaken. They will speak to those not yet born, revealing the eternal truth of Psalm 23, a psalm of David. The divine guide is my shepherd, and I will lack nothing, leading me to rest in green valleys, walking beside calm, quiet waters to heal my soul, directing my steps down paths of goodness, even when the path grows dark and cold. Even walking through the deep shadow of death, fear cannot take hold, for you are here. Your guidance and protection comfort me, preparing a feast right in front of my enemies. You honor me, pouring oil upon my head until my cup spills over with abundance. Surely goodness and deep mercy will pursue me every single day of my journey. and I will find my home in that presence forever. Entering Psalm 24. The entire earth and everything in it belongs to the Creator. This world and every soul living here was anchored deep upon the chaotic oceans. Who can climb the sacred mountain or stand steady in that pure, holy place? Only the one with clean hands and a pure heart can face that ultimate truth. Why do we modern humans constantly chase illusions, filling our lives with empty noise? The ancients knew that true alignment brings a quiet strength from a higher source. This is the quiet struggle of our generation, searching for who we really are. Unlock the heavy ancient doors of your mind. Let the forgotten light break in. Who is this inner force? It is the power that conquers our deepest psychological battles, a strong presence ready to fight the quiet wars we wage inside our heads. Tear down the barriers of your ego and let a higher consciousness enter your life. This is the true ruler of peace, the ultimate anchor of our souls. In the ancient journal of David, a man cries out from his own psychological exile, lifting his soul toward hope. I trust in this path. Do not let shame consume me or my doubts defeat me. Let no one who waits with patience be ruined. Let toxic forces be exposed instead. Show me the true map of life. Teach me how to walk through this chaotic world. You are the source of my healing. I wait for your quiet guidance all day long. Remember your deep mercy and love, forces that have existed since the beginning of time. Do not hold the mistakes of my past against me, nor my youthful errors. Forgive me out of pure goodness. The ultimate force is always ready to guide us back. It shows the humble how to find balance and teaches them the correct path. Every step taken in truth leads to peace, especially for those who honor their inner commitments. For the sake of our true identity, forgive the heavy guilt we carry inside us. What person seeks true wisdom? They will be guided toward the choices that matter. Their soul will finally find rest, and their legacy will take root in the world. The deep secrets of existence belong to those who walk with awe and respect. Keep your focus on the higher truth, and your feet will escape the hidden traps. Pull me out of the psychological traps I set for myself. Turn to me when I am lost. I feel isolated and overwhelmed. The anxiety in my heart keeps growing larger every day. Free me from this mental prison. See my pain and quiet my restless mind. Wipe away my regrets. Look at the fears that threaten to tear me apart. Protect my inner self and rescue me. Do not let me fall into utter despair. Let honesty and truth protect me while I wait for the storm to pass. Deliver our souls, O higher power, from all these modern anxieties. Examine my conscience. I have tried to live with honesty and trust the deeper process. Because I anchor myself in truth, I know I will not slip and fall. Search my thoughts, test my intentions, and examine the deepest desires of my heart. I focus on what is real. I refuse to sit with those wearing masks. I distance myself from those who fake their intentions and spread toxicity. I wash away the dirt of the world to stand clean before my own conscience. I want to approach the sacred space within my soul. I want to speak with gratitude and share the wonder of finding inner peace. I love the quiet temple of the mind, where truth and honor live. Do not sweep me away with those who live in anger and violence, those whose hands are always dirty with greed and whose minds are corrupt. But I choose to walk with integrity. Rescue me and show me gentle mercy. Now my feet are on solid ground, and I can speak with confidence again. The ultimate truth is my light and my guide. Who can make me afraid? This power protects my life from within. Why should we ever be afraid of the dark? What happens when our deepest terrors and inner demons hunt us down, aiming to consume our very souls? They falter. Even when a massive army surrounds my mind, I will not panic. Though chaos erupts all around me, I remain unshakably secure. I chase after just one single truth, a desperate search to find my true home, to rest in a sacred sanctuary, forever gazing at the pure elegance of the divine and finding answers in the quiet. When the storm hits, he shelters me in his shadow. He tucks me away in a secure, hidden space, safe from the world's endless noise. He lifts me high onto solid ground, standing tall above the anxieties that drag me down. So I will celebrate with pure, defiant joy, shouting praises to the silence of the universe. Listen to me when I scream into the dark. Show some mercy and answer. When a voice within whispers to seek connection, my soul instantly responds with passion. I am desperately searching for you. Do not hide your presence or shut me out in anger. Do not abandon me. You have always been my anchor. Do not walk away now. Even if my own family turns their back on me, the universe will hold me close. Show me the path of truth and guide my feet along a clear, straight road, keeping me safe from those who wish to see my spirit broken. Liars are whispering conspiracies about me, spewing their toxic malice into the air. I would have completely broken down if I lost faith in finding goodness in this life. Right here in the land of the living. Just hold on, be brave, and find your inner strength. Yes, wait for the light. Let us step into another dark mystery. I call out to my solid foundation. Do not ignore me, because if you remain silent, I will slip into the dark abyss of despair. Listen to my desperate plea when I cry for help, reaching my hands up toward the sacred temple of your presence. Do not drag me down with the corrupt or with those deceitful minds who claim to wish their neighbors well but plot betrayal in the shadows of their own minds. Let them face the consequences of their actions and the darkness of their deeds. Pay them back for the pain they caused, giving them exactly what they deserve. They ignore the cosmic balance and the laws of nature. Their legacy will crumble to dust. They will never recover. But praise the source of life, for my cries were heard, my prayers were answered. Divine energy is my core strength. He shields my soul. I placed my trust there and found deep healing. My spirit is alive. I will sing my gratitude. This power protects all who seek it, offering a shield to those who serve. Rescue your creations, nourish their hungry souls, and lift them up forever. Now, listen closely to the raw power of the universe. Bow down, you mighty rulers. Honor the majestic force that controls everything. Bow in awe of this sacred beauty. Surrender to the mystery. The cosmic voice echoes across the deep, endless oceans of the divine presence. Its power shakes the ancient mountains, making them leap like wild beasts. This supreme command strikes with lightning, splitting the very air with pure fire. It rattles the barren deserts, trembling the deepest, darkest corners of exile. This voice forces life to emerge, stripping away all illusions. In this temple, everything reflects majesty. The ruler sits supreme over the chaotic floods of life, reigning forever. This quiet force offers strength to those wandering in the dark, bringing ultimate peace. Enter now into the song of restoration. Why do our triumph songs begin in dark mental prisons? I praise you, Lord, for you lifted me from the dark and refused to let my enemies gloat over me. O Lord, I screamed in agony, and you healed my fractured mind. O Lord, you pulled my soul from the shadow of death. You kept me alive, saving me from the pit. Sing to the divine, you who seek the light. Remember this ancient holy path. His anger is a passing shadow, but his divine grace is life itself. The dark night of the soul brings weeping, but dawn always carries joy. In my pride, I boasted that nothing could shake me. Lord, you made my mountain stand strong, but when you hid your face, terror consumed me. I screamed out to you, Lord. I begged for mercy. What do you gain from my destruction? When I decay in the grave, can the dust praise your name or speak your truth? Listen, Lord, and show mercy. Be my anchor, for you have transformed my deepest grief into dancing. You stripped away my heavy sorrow and clothed me in joy, so that my soul may sing praises and never fall silent. O Lord my God, I will thank you forever. In Psalm 31, David writes to the chief musician, "In you, Lord, I find my refuge. Do not let me be humiliated. Rescue me with your justice. Turn your ear toward me and rescue me quickly. Be my towering rock, my sanctuary too. Save my life. You are my bedrock and fortress. For your name's sake, lead me. Pull me from the hidden traps they have secretly laid for my soul, for you are my strength. Into your hands I surrender my spirit. You saved me, Lord God of truth. I reject the empty illusions of this world. I trust only in you. I will celebrate your mercy because you saw my deep and agonizing torment. You understood my mind during my dark exile and did not hand me over to my tormentors. You gave my mind room to breathe. Show me mercy, Lord, because grief is completely crushing me. My vision is blurred by tears. My soul is exhausted and my body aches. My life is wasting away in deep sorrow and sighing. My energy drains because of my guilt. My strength is rotting away from within. My enemies mock me. My neighbors avoid me. And friends fear my presence. Those who see me on the street run away. I'm completely forgotten, like a dead man erased from memory. I feel like a shattered jar listening to the whispers of crowd. Terror surrounds me as they plot together to destroy me. They plan to end my life. Yet I trust you, Lord. I declare you are my God. My fate is in your hands. Deliver me from my pursuers, from those who hunt my soul. Let your face shine upon me. Save me with your relentless love. Do not let me be humiliated, for I call to you. Let the corrupt be silenced and dragged down to the cold grave. Let their lying, arrogant lips be silenced forever. They speak with absolute pride and cruel contempt for the innocent. How massive is the goodness you have, hidden away for those who revere you, showing your grace to everyone who seeks refuge in you. You shield them in the mystery of your presence, safe from human cruelty and the endless toxic noise of this modern world. Praise the Lord, for he showed me his mind-bending, infinite love. He saved my mind when I was trapped. In my panic, I cried out that I was lost. Yet you heard my desperate cry for mercy. Why do we scream into the dark when our souls are completely broken? What are we seeking? These ancient texts suggest the proud are broken, but the humble are kept safe. Take courage. Your heavy heart will find its footing if you hold on to hope. In Psalm 32, we find a psychological map for the guilty. True freedom belongs to the soul whose secret shames are finally washed clean. But when we hide our darkness and pretend our very bones begin to waste away, we scream inwardly all day, crushed by the heavy weight of our own buried truth. Our inner life turns dry and brittle like parched desert clay. Finally, I stopped running. I laid bare my deepest wounds, refusing to hide any longer. I decided to confess my failures, and immediately the crushing guilt vanished. This is why every searching soul must pray. Seek the light before the overwhelming storms of life rise to drown you. Even when chaos rages, there is a quiet sanctuary where you are safe. You will protect me from the dark surrounding me with songs of rescue. Now listen closely. Here is the path you must walk through this wild world. Let wisdom guide you gently. Do not be stubborn and mindless like a wild beast, creatures that only obey when they are dragged by metal bits and heavy ropes. Resistance only brings endless pain. But those who surrender to faith find peace. They are wrapped in a profound mercy. Let your soul breathe and be glad. Let everyone who strives for truth stand up and sing in the dark. In Psalm 33, we are reminded that gratitude is beautiful for a healthy mind. Strike the strings and let your voice rise with the ancient, beautiful music. Play a 10-stringed harp, make a brand new sound, and let it echo out loud. For the underlying design of this universe is perfect, built entirely on absolute truth. Justice is loved here, and the world is actually overflowing with hidden beauty. A single creative whisper shaped the cosmos and scattered the infinite stars across the night. He gathers the untamed, raging oceans and holds them safely in the palm of his hand. The deep mysteries are locked away. Let every living creature stand silent in wonder. The entire universe must watch in awe, for he spoke and reality instantly fell into place. When he speaks, empires crumble, and the grand plans of proud rulers turn to dust. Human schemes are rendered completely useless, but the ancient purpose of life stands firm. His deep intentions endure forever, echoing quietly down through every single generation. How fortunate is the society that aligns with this truth, chosen for something far greater. From the quiet heights of eternity, he watches every single one of us. From his sacred dwelling, his eyes scan all who live upon this spinning earth. He crafted each of our hearts uniquely, and he understands exactly why we struggle. No leader is saved by a massive army, nor does physical strength rescue the strong. Technology and weapons offer a false sense of security. They cannot truly save us, but the gaze of the Creator rests gently on those who live in humble awe, on those who quietly wait for His grace to rescue them from their darkest hours. So we wait in the silence of our hearts, finding our shield and our ultimate guide. Our souls find genuine joy because we have anchored ourselves in something eternal. Let your kindness cover us now. In Psalm 34, David shares another desperate song of survival. Hunted and alone, he pretended to be mad to survive the wrath of a king. Yet in his lowest exile, he vowed to keep singing of hope in the dark. Why do we fear showing weakness when the broken soul finds its true triumph in something greater? Join me in this sacred space of awe. Let us lift our voices together, for I searched for the ultimate truth. It answered, rescuing me from my deepest terrors. Those who look toward it are suddenly flooded with light, their shame dissolved. When the broken soul cries out from the dark, the universe listens, pulling him from his self-made prisons. A silent guardian, a protective force, stands watch over those who hold sacred, awe-bringing rescue. Step closer, experience this truth, and find peace. Whole is the person who rests in this trust. Hold this sacred reverence, you seekers of truth. For those with sacred awe never find themselves empty. Even mighty predators starve and go hungry, but those who pursue the divine will never lack what truly feeds them. Come, all of you, listen closely. Let me guide you into this deep, sacred reverence. Who among you yearns for a life filled with purpose and days of genuine joy? Then guard your tongue from toxic words and your lips from deceit. Walk away from darkness, build beauty, pursue peace, and chase it down. For the divine gaze watches over the sincere, and its ears are open to their silent suffering. Yet the cosmic order stands against those who sow destruction, erasing even their memory from existence. When the honest soul cries out, the universe listens, hearing their pain and pulling them from the abyss. The sacred presence is closest to those whose hearts are shattered, offering healing to spirits crushed by regret. We face endless trials on the path of truth, yet a deeper power carries us safely through them all. It protects our very core, unbroken amidst the storm. Destructive choices carry their own end, and those who despise goodness will face exile. But the divine rescues the inner self of its seekers. No one who anchors their life in this hope will ever walk alone. Now, Psalm 35, the Song of David. Defend me against my accusers, who relentlessly oppose me. Stand as my shield against those who wage war against my soul. Take up the armor of truth and rise to assist me. Brandish your light like a spear blocking the path of my pursuers. Whisper to my trembling heart, I am your ultimate rescue. Let the forces of malice be exposed and disgraced. When they hunt my very identity, let them be driven back in utter chaos, those who plot my ruin. Let their dark designs blow away like dust in a gale pursued by a terrifying silent justice. Let their paths crumble into cold darkness and shadow chased down by a relentless truth. For they targeted me for no reason, hiding traps in the shadows, digging pits of despair to capture my innocence and drag down my spirit. Let their own malice catch them off guard, and let the traps they set ensnare them instead, pulling them down into their own trap. Then my core self will find deep joy in this cosmic justice, celebrating complete liberation. Every fiber of my being will cry out, what power is like yours? You rescue the vulnerable from oppressors who are far too powerful, protecting the defenseless from those who exploit them. But then lying accusers stepped forward out of the shadows, accusing me of sins I never committed. They returned malice for kindness, leaving my spirit feeling completely abandoned. Yet when they fell ill, I wore the garments of grief. I starved my own ego in mourning, whispering prayers that returned to me unanswered. I treated my enemy like a true companion, carrying a heavy weight of grief, as if weeping for my own mother. But the moment I stumbled, they celebrated. Cruel strangers gathered in secret to mock my quiet suffering, catching me completely blind to their malice. They unraveled my reputation, relentlessly grinning with fake smiles while harboring pure hatred behind closed doors. Divine presence, how long will you remain silent? Rescue my true self from their traps, my fragile heart from these predators. Then I will speak your praise. Why does our deepest mental battle always play out in front of a hostile crowd? We dread the silent, knowing glances of those who secretly plot our ruin. They offer no peace, only whispers of betrayal, driven by a toxic, unprovoked malice. They target the quiet souls, the gentle minds, screaming accusations into the fragile silence. They shout, "We saw your failure." Yet the silent witness of the cosmos sees them too. Do not remain silent in my darkness. Wake up and defend my fragile sense of truth. Examine my heart, measure my pain, and bring justice to this deep internal exile. Let absolute truth vindicate me, so my shadow self does not claim victory. Prevent them from whispering, "We broke him. We finally destroyed his spirit from within." Let those who feast on my misery be utterly consumed by their own chaos. Drape them in the heavy cloak of shame for building pride on my ruin. But let those who value my healing find joy celebrating this long journey back home. Let them constantly honor the divine spark that breathes life into the broken, a force that delights in our growth, prompting our hearts to echo its peace. We will sing of this ultimate truth forever. This is the ancient path, the psychological map of King David. He understood the dark pull of our own self-destructive shadows. Deep inside us, the voice of ego whispers that there are no moral consequences. We blind ourselves with sweet illusions until our hidden darkness finally poisons our life. Our words turn toxic and we abandon wisdom, choosing survival over genuine goodness. Even in sleep, we plot malice, cementing ourselves on dark paths that lead to ruin. We embrace the dark, yet a vast cosmic grace still arches over us, an enduring truth that stands taller than the highest ancient peaks. Its wisdom runs deeper than oceans holding the fragile lives of all living things. How priceless is this universal love offering shelter to our weary, searching minds. Under its shadow, we find the profound nourishment our souls have been craving. We are invited to drink deeply from a pure stream of joy and restoration. Here lies the source of existence. Only in its light do we truly see. May this mercy steady those who seek alignment and truth in their lives. Protect us from our own arrogance and from being swept away by cynicism. Look closely. The forces of self-destruction always collapse under their own heavy weight. They fall, never to rise. So do not let your heart burn with anxiety. Do not envy those who thrive on chaos and moral compromise. Their power is fleeting, destined to dry up like summer grass under the sun. Anchor your soul in goodness. Cultivate your inner ground, and you will find peace. Find your joy in the divine order, and your deepest longings will unfold. Surrender your path to this higher intelligence. Trust the process and watch it act. It will reveal your true character, shining bright like the dawn. Your integrity will blaze like midday. Be still and wait for this unfolding. Do not lose sleep over those who gain wealth through deceptive schemes. Let go of your rage. Bitter resentment only damages your own soul. Do not mimic the darkness. Selfishness ultimately isolates and destroys itself. But those who master patience will inherit a grounded, lasting peace. Soon the chaotic noise of the ego will fade into absolute nothingness, leaving only the quiet, resilient self to thrive in deep, quiet joy. How do we find peace when silent, hostile forces constantly plot our ruin? Yet the cosmos laughs at this malice, knowing its ultimate end is already written. The dark forces of our world draw their swords, targeting the vulnerable and broken. They target those trying to walk an honest, upright path. But that venomous weapon will turn inward, piercing their own cold hearts. A tiny spark of integrity is worth far more than endless stolen fortunes. Though the powerful seem untouchable now, their strength will crumble while truth endures. A greater force watches over your struggle, securing a legacy that never fades. When dark days arrive, those with clean souls will stand tall without shame. Even in times of severe drought, they find deep nourishment, while greed starves. Those who fight against the light will vanish like smoke rising from a dying fire. The toxic soul takes and never gives back, constantly consuming everyone around them. Yet the generous spirit pours out grace, quietly healing the world with kindness. These gentle souls will eventually inherit the earth, while the bitter are forgotten. Every single step of a good person is guided by a deeper divine purpose. And when they stumble, they will not break, for a mighty hand catches them. Looking back over a long lifetime, I have never seen a good heart abandoned. Their children do not starve, because a legacy of mercy always bears fruit. Turn away from darkness, choose light, and live securely. For justice is a fundamental law of existence, and you are never truly alone. Truth keeps us safe forever, while the legacy of deceit quickly fades away. Those who hold on to their integrity will find their place of rest at last. Their words carry a timeless wisdom because the eternal law is written in their hearts. They walk without slipping even while the darkness watches, waiting for a chance to strike. Yet the higher power will never abandon you to the malice of your accusers. Be patient, hold on to the path, and you will eventually rise above the struggle. You will witness the illusion of toxic power collapse under its own heavy weight. I have seen corrupt empires spread like wild trees, only to vanish overnight. They were gone without a trace, but look closely at the person of quiet integrity. Their journey ends in profound stillness, while those who live by chaos are shattered. The path of malice leads only to isolation and a sudden quiet end. But for the honest soul, deliverance comes from a deep spiritual well of strength. This inner shield protects you in times of trouble, lifting you above the storm. It rescues you simply because you placed your trust there. Now we enter the dark night of the soul, David's raw confession. Do not judge me in your anger, nor punish me in this heat, for your sharp arrows of conscience pierce deep, and your heavy hand weighs down. My body is exhausted from this constant friction, and my soul has forgotten rest. The heavy weight of my mistakes has flooded over me, burying me completely. This psychological guilt is too much to carry, festering into deep emotional wounds. I am bent double with anxiety, walking in dark shadows of grief all day. A burning fever of regret consumes my core, leaving nothing untouched within me. I am utterly depleted, shattered into pieces, screaming from the quiet torment of my soul. My heart beats wildly, yet my silent cries and deepest longings are fully known. My chest tightens, my vital energy drains away, and even the light has vanished. My vision fades. Where did everyone go? My closest friends now keep their distance. They avoid my pain. My own family stands far away while enemies set traps for my life. Those who want to destroy me whisper poison, plotting lies and betrayal all day long. But I act like a deaf man hearing nothing. I am like a mute who cannot speak. I have become someone who cannot hear someone with no defense left to offer. Because I place all my hope in you, Lord, surely you will answer me, O Lord my God. I prayed for you to hear me so my enemies would not gloat when my feet slip. I am on the verge of collapsing, and my deep grief never leaves me. I must confess my dark mistakes. I am deeply troubled by my own failures. Yet my enemies are full of life and power. Those who hate me without cause grow strong. They multiply. They repay my good deeds with evil turning against me, just because I strive for what is right. Do not abandon me, Lord my God. Do not be far off. Come quickly to help me, O Lord my salvation. From Psalm 39, a quiet cry from David. He writes, I made a promise. I will watch my steps closely so my tongue does not sin. I will guard my mouth with a tight bridle while the wicked surround me. I stood silent, completely still. I said nothing even about good things, but my pain grew worse. My heart burned inside. As I pondered, the fire erupted. Finally, I spoke. Lord, show me my final destination. Show me how brief my life truly is, so I can see how fragile I am. Look, you have made my life incredibly short, a mere moment in your eyes. Even at our absolute best, every human being is nothing more than a passing breath. Think of this. We wander like ghosts in a shadow play, worrying ourselves over nothing. We pile up wealth and possessions, never knowing who will inherit them. So what now, Lord? What do I wait for? My hope is in you. Rescue me from all my sins. Do not let fools mock me. I stayed silent, refusing to speak, because you did this. Please stop punishing me. I am completely broken under the heavy weight of your hand. When you discipline a man for his sins, you consume everything beautiful about him, like a moth eating away cloth. Truly, we are nothing but a breath. Hear me, Lord. Listen closely to my weeping. Do not ignore my tears, for I am a stranger, living in your house, a traveler passing through, just like my ancestors. Spare me so I can find joy again before I pass away and vanish. Now Psalm 40, a song of David. I waited and waited for the Lord, and he finally leaned down to listen to my cry. He pulled me up from a terrifying pit out of the sticky mud. He set my feet on solid rock and made my steps secure. He placed a fresh song in my mouth, a hymn of praise. Many will see what he did, stand in awe, and trust the Lord. Blessed is anyone who truly trusts in him. Your wonders are too many to list. If I tried to speak of them, they would outnumber the stars. You do not demand sacrifices or religious offerings, but you have opened my ears. You never required burnt offerings for sin. So I said, look, I am here. It is written about me in the sacred scroll. I love to do your will, my God. Your teachings are written deep within my heart. I have spoken of your justice to everyone. You know, Lord, I did not stay silent. You know I have not hidden your goodness inside me. I have spoken of your loyalty and your saving power. I never hid your... Are we fighting an ancient war inside our minds? Show us your truth. Hold nothing back, Creator. Let your steady love and ancient truth shield my fragile soul. Guard me forever, because endless shadows and unseen dangers are closing in. My own regrets and failures have pinned me down. I cannot even look toward the light. They outnumber the hairs on my head, and my inner strength is completely gone. Rescue me, Maker of all. Hurry to help, and silence the mocking voices of defeat. Scatter the internal demons and external forces trying to tear my identity apart. Turn back the darkness that wishes for my ruin, and leave those bitter fears empty. Shame those who gloat over my pain, but let every seeker find deep, quiet joy. Let everyone who longs for healing whisper that the ultimate truth is greater than this. I am broken and empty, yet the divine mind still remembers my fragile human name. Do not delay my Savior and my guide. We enter the next stage. Psalm 41, David's song. Blessed is the soul that cares for the broken. The Creator will rescue them in times of dread, keeping their inner spark alive. They will walk with quiet strength, shielded from the cruel desires of their enemies. When exhaustion takes hold, divine comfort will sustain them in their darkest hour of sickness. You will rebuild their strength. So I cried out, show mercy to my fragile heart. Heal my fractured mind, for I have failed. Around me, hostile thoughts whisper bitter words. They ask when I will fade away, and when they visit, they wear fake masks. Their minds collect my weaknesses, and the moment they leave, they spread toxic gossip. The whispers echo in the dark as they plot to break my remaining spirit. They claim a curse has claimed him, and he will never rise from this bed. Even my closest companion, the one I trusted with my deepest, most vulnerable secrets, the one who shared my meals, has turned and stabbed me in the back. But help me, lift me up from this dirt, so I can stand tall and prove them wrong. I will know your grace is real when my internal enemies fail to destroy me. Keep my morals intact and let me stand in your presence forever. Blessed is the source. Blessed is our ancient guide from the infinite past to the endless future. Amen. Now we enter Psalm 42, a song of deep longing. Like a dry, thirsty deer, as a deer pants for streams of water, my inner being longs for you. I thirst for the living presence. When will I finally step out of this desert? Sorrow has been my only food, while the cold voices inside ask, "Where is your hope?" Remembering better days makes my heart break. I recall walking with the joyful crowds of old. We marched together to the sanctuary, our voices lifting in praise under the ancient skies. It was a festival of light. So why are you so heavy, my inner soul? Why are you restless within me? Trust the process, for peace will surely return again. I will look upon his light and find healing. My spirit is sinking, so I look back to the sacred rivers of my memory. From the high peaks to the low valleys, the deep abyss within me calls out. Your chaotic storms overwhelm my mind, and I am drowning in the waves of grief. Still a quiet light guides my day. And when darkness falls, a song remains. A gentle melody of hope calms my racing thoughts, anchoring me to life itself. I ask my solid ground, why have you abandoned me to wander in grief? Cruel thoughts cut through my mind like a blade crushing my very bones with doubt. The world demands to know, where is your faith now? Why are you so broken? Why does the modern soul spiral into deep anxiety? Why this ancient cry? Put your hope in God, because I will still praise the one who restores my spirit and my God. Psalm 43. Judge my heart, God, and defend my cause against a faithless society. Rescue me from the deceitful and unjust minds, for you are my true strength. Why do I feel abandoned wandering in this deep depression under the crushing weight of external pressures? Send out your light and truth let them guide me. Let them lead me to your holy mountain, to your holy dwelling. Then I will approach the divine altar, finding my absolute ultimate joy. Yes, with music I will praise you, my Lord, my God. Why are you so downcast, my restless soul? Why do you struggle inside me? Trust in God, for I will praise the one who restores my spirit and is my God. Psalm 44. For the director, a song from the sons of Korah, a contemplation. We have heard the old stories, God. Our ancestors told us of the wonders you performed in ancient times, how you drove out faithless nations with your power, and planted our ancestors, how you afflicted pagan peoples and cast them out. For they did not win this territory by their own weapons, nor did their own strength deliver them. It was your mighty hand, your arm, and the bright light of your presence because you loved them. You are my King and my God. Command deliverance for your people. Through you we will push back our enemies. In your name we will trample down those who rise against us, because I will not rely on human weapons, nor can my own sword save me. But you saved us from our foes, putting our enemies to shame. In God we find our pride all day long, praising your name forever. Yet now you have abandoned us and put us to shame, refusing to march out with our armies. You make us retreat from the enemy, allowing those who hate us to plunder us. You have treated us like sheep marked for slaughter, scattering us among the nations. You sell your people for nothing, making no profit from their sale. You have made us a joke to our neighbors, mocked and despised by everyone around us. You made us a laughingstock among nations, a target of contempt, where people shake their heads. My deep confusion is constantly before me, and shame completely covers my face because of the mocking words of those who insult and curse us, driven by hostile enemies seeking revenge. All this has happened, yet we have not forgotten you, nor have we violated our sacred covenant. Our hearts have not turned away, nor have our steps strayed from your path, though you have severely crushed us in a wasteland of monsters, covering us in deep shadow of death. If we had forgotten our God, or turned to pray to foreign idols, would God not detect it? For he knows the deepest secrets of our hearts. Yet for your sake we face death all day long, treated like sheep marked for the slaughter. Wake up. Why do you sleep, Lord? Rise up. Do not reject us forever. Why do you hide your face, ignoring our deep suffering and our oppression? For we are collapsed in the dirt, our bodies pressed flat against the ground. Rise up and help us. Rescue us because of your mercy. Psalm 45. To thee, music director to the tune of Lilies. A love song from the sons of Korah. A beautiful theme overflows in my heart. I recite my poetry to the king. My tongue is as fluid as the pen of a skilled writer. You are more beautiful than. What if the most powerful words ever written were not for an ancient king, but for you? Strap the sword of truth to your side, warrior clad in your quiet glory and silent strength. Ride forward in greatness, fighting for the truth you carry deep within. Let humility and justice guide you as you face the terrifying dark inside. Your sharp arrows pierce the doubts and fears that stand as enemies to your ultimate purpose. They fall before you. Your true calling is eternal, ruled by an unchanging scepter of justice. You love what is true, and you despise the darkness. That is why you have been chosen and blessed with joy far beyond those around you. Your very presence carries the sweet, sacred scent of ancient kingdoms and forgotten ivory palaces. They bring you joy, while noble companions stand ready to honor your path. At your side stands the queen, glowing in pure gold. Listen closely to this ancient whisper. Forget the noise of the crowd and leave behind the expectations of your old life. Let go of your past so your true inner beauty can shine for the one who guides you. Honor this higher calling, and even the wealthy of this world will bring you their treasures. The powerful will seek your favor, for your inner self is clothed in majesty. Beneath the surface you are magnificent, woven with the finest golden threads of spirit. You are led to greatness in beautifully crafted garments, followed closely by pure intentions. They walk with you in celebration, filling your heart with profound joy and peace. Together you enter the grand palace of destiny. Forget the legacy of your ancestors. Your new creations will rule like royalty across the vast waking world. Your legacy will echo through time, inspiring generations yet unborn to find their own strength. They will praise you forever. Now we enter the sanctuary of the ancient sacred songs. A secret melody reminds us that our true shelter lies within. A quiet force stands ready in times of chaos, shielding us from fear itself. Even if the ground beneath us crumbles and mountains collapse into the ocean depth, let the stormy oceans roar and shake the very foundations of the world. Take a breath. A calm river flows through this inner chaos. Its quiet streams bring joy to the sacred sanctuary of the high soul. That divine spark lives inside you, unshakable and steady. Help arrives at the first light. Though the world around you rages and empires fall, a single whisper changes everything. The earth itself dissolves, yet the infinite Creator remains our ultimate safe harbor. Pause. Look around at the quiet ruins of everything you once thought was permanent. He silences the violent battles raging inside your mind, shattering the weapons of your self-destruction. He breaks the spears and burns the ancient armor. Be completely still now and listen. Realize that I am the divine power. I will rise above the noise of humanity. I am everywhere. The source of all life is with us, a fortress for our souls. Stop and reflect. Now let the voice of triumph rise from the ashes. Rejoice with your whole being. Shout your victory to the heavens with a powerful voice. For the supreme force is awe-inspiring, ruling over every corner of our conscious world. He quietens the chaotic thoughts under your feet, choosing the perfect path for you. He handpicks your destiny out of pure love. Pause. The divine presence rises high. Hear the cosmic trumpet sound. Sing songs of deep gratitude to the source of life. Sing out your joy. Let your heart praise the ultimate ruler of the entire cosmos. Sing with deep awareness. The Creator rules over every chaotic corner of the human psyche, sitting on a sacred throne, uniting every divided part of you into one great whole. Why do we build walls to protect our fragile egos? The ancients knew earthly shields belong to God alone. He is exalted above all. In Psalm 48, the sons of Korah sing of a greatness that transcends our deepest human understanding, a presence anchored on the sacred mountain high above our daily chaos. This holy peak, Mount Zion, rises as a beacon of hope for a fractured world. Reaching into the far north, the city of the great king. Within her stone palaces, God is a fortress. Even when powerful rulers united against her, they failed. They marched in together, saw the towering walls, and were instantly paralyzed by fear. They fled in terror, gripped by sudden, intense panic, like a mother in the throes of labor. You shattered the mighty ships of Tarshish with a fierce east wind, proving the ancient stories to be true. We witnessed this power in the city of the Lord, a holy sanctuary that will stand forever. Here we pause to ponder your quiet mercy, deep within the chambers of your temple. Your reputation reaches the very edges of the earth, matching the greatness of your name. Your hand is filled with pure justice. Let the sacred mountain sing with joy. Let the villages celebrate your wise choices. Now walk through the streets of Zion. Circle her massive walls. Count her watchtowers and study her heavy defensive bulwarks. Gaze at her grand palaces so you can pass this wonder down to your children. For this divine force is our guide through life, leading us even past the shadow of death. Turn your attention now to the sons of Korah. Listen closely, everyone on this earth. From the most powerful leaders to the forgotten poor, we are all in this together. My voice speaks of deep wisdom. My innermost thoughts are searching for true clarity. I will listen to the ancient mysteries. I will unpack these cryptic secrets with the music of my harp. Why should terror grip me in dark times when my own mistakes threaten to trip me? Look at those who trust in money, boasting of endless wealth. Yet not a single one of them can buy back a brother from the grave. No amount of gold can pay God the ransom required to save a human soul. That cost is far too high. No one can buy eternal life or escape decay. Even the brilliant minds perish, just like the foolish and the cruel. They all end up in the dirt, leaving their hard-earned riches to complete strangers. They foolishly believe their empires will stand for everlasting through every generation. They name lands after themselves, but human glory is fleeting and hollow. We are no different than the dying beasts. Our obsession with legacy is sheer madness. Yet our children repeat our mistakes. Like sheep, we are herded toward the grave. Mortality will feed on them. But a new morning brings victory for the pure. Their fragile beauty rots away in the cold ground, far from their comfortable homes. But my soul will be rescued from death's grip. The divine will welcome me home. So do not be intimidated when others grow wealthy or when their grand estates expand. Because when their time comes, they take nothing. Their power cannot follow them into the dark. Even if they lived a pampered life, people will always flatter you when you succeed, clapping for your self-indulgence and comfortable lifestyle. But that person will join their ancestors in the dark, never to see the light again. A wealthy person who lacks deeper understanding is no better than a wild animal. In Psalm 50, Asaph records the voice of the Creator echoing through the universe. He summons the entire earth, from the brilliant sunrise to the fading dusk. What if the ancient texts are actually a mirror reflecting our own deepest psychological shadows? Out of Zion, a blinding truth shines a devouring fire that breaks our comfortable modern silence. A storm rages around this ancient voice calling heaven and earth to witness our trial. The divine summons goes out. Gather those who built their identity on sacrifice and covenant. But is our devotion real? Or is it just a performance to mask our deepest fears? The cosmos itself declares that true justice cannot be bought. Listen closely, for this ancient warning is not for the past. It is speaking directly to us today. The Creator does not demand empty rituals, nor does He seek your superficial outward displays. What could we possibly offer to the source of all existence to cure our guilt? Every wild beast in the forest, every creature roaming the vast hills, all of it belongs to Him. The mountains and fields hold no secrets from the one who crafted their very foundations. Our fragile egos try to bargain with the infinite, forgetting that we own absolutely nothing in this world. Does the divine need our blood sacrifices? Or are we missing the entire point of the text? True worship is a heart of genuine gratitude, keeping promises made in the quiet, dark spaces. When your modern world collapses, call out from your exile. Deliverance is promised, but a heavy warning remains for those living a double life. What right do we have to recite sacred words while our daily actions betray our souls? We preach morality, but quickly discard the hard truths when they challenge our comfort. We quietly shake hands with the corrupt and make ourselves accomplices to the darkness around us. Our words become poison, spreading deceit and division. We sit in judgment of others, whispering betrayal against our own brothers. We think our secret sins are hidden simply because the heavens remain silent. We imagined the divine was just like us, easily fooled, ready to excuse our quiet hypocrisy. But the mirror of truth is now placed directly before our eyes. We must look. Ignore this internal compass, and we risk tearing ourselves apart with no hope of rescue. Only a raw, honest alignment of the soul unlocks the ultimate path to true freedom. Let us travel back to a profound moment of human brokenness. The ancient King David is confronted by Nathan the prophet after his great betrayal with Bathsheba. His desperate cry echoes through time. Have mercy on me. He pleads for grace not based on his merit, but on infinite love. Wipe away my failures. Wash the heavy stains from my soul. For the illusion is shattered, and my deep-seated flaws stare back at me constantly. In hurting others, I have violated the sacred order, and my conscience offers no escape. The judgment against me is entirely fair, stripping away all of my defensive rationalizations. I recognize that brokenness was woven into my nature from the very beginning of life. Yet you demand absolute truth in our deepest, most hidden psychological corners. Cleanse me with hyssop, wash away the poison, and make my spirit truly whole again. Let the joy of transformation heal the very bones that have been crushed by guilt. Look past my failures. Blot out the destructive patterns of my troubled past. Create a clean heart within me, and breathe a steady, resilient spirit into my life. Do not cast me out into the cold void of spiritual exile away from your presence. Restore the vibrant joy of your guidance and support my fragile human will with freedom. Then I can guide other lost souls back from their own dark wilderness. Save me from the heavy burden of my past mistakes, O God of my recovery. And my voice will finally sing of a justice that heals instead of condemns. Why do we hide our deepest guilt behind rituals, pretending we can buy our way out? We offer outward sacrifices, yet our souls remain completely untouched in the shadows. But God wants something far more painful: a shattered ego and a truly humbled soul. He will not ignore this pain. He restores what is broken and rebuilds our defenses. Only then can true healing begin inside us, with actions rooted in truth, not empty religious gestures. Then our worship finally becomes genuine and whole. Let us look at Psalm 52, written for the choir. David was hunted, betrayed by a silent informant who whispered secrets to a desperate king. Why do we celebrate our own malice when we think we have won? No matter how powerful the tyrant, mercy remains. Yet we construct cruel plots. Our words slice like a hidden blade, preferring darkness over the light, choosing a comfortable lie instead of the hard truth. You love words that destroy, but justice will find you in the end. The universe will tear down your security and pull you from your safe haven, uprooting your life entirely. Those who seek truth will see this and wonder. They will witness the fall of the proud man who refused to find inner strength, the one who hoarded wealth and fed his own growing darkness. But we can choose another path, thriving like a green olive tree in sacred ground, placing our trust in a love that never fades, even through the longest night. We will endure holding on to hope, because that presence is our ultimate anchor. Now listen to Psalm 53, a song of deep reflection. The fool whispers to himself that there is no higher moral design in this universe, living in denial, corrupting their own path. Yet a higher consciousness watches, searching the depth of the human heart to see if anyone seeks ultimate truth. But everyone has drifted away, retreating into their own small, selfish bubbles. We have fallen into stagnation. Is there really nobody left who does good? Are these exploiters completely blind? They consume other people's lives as easily as daily bread. They live without spiritual direction, suddenly gripped by terror, where no danger exists. Their inner paranoia defeats them, scattering their strength before the battle even begins. They are exposed and humiliated. When will our inner liberation finally arrive? When the source of life restores the prisoners of fear and anxiety, then our captive hearts will sing with joy. Consider Psalm 54, written during a time when friends turned into treacherous spies. They exposed his secret refuge. In that moment of panic, he cried for deliverance. Rescue me by your authority. Defend me with your power, and hear my plea. For hostile forces have surrounded me, ruthless men seeking to crush my spirit. They act without conscience or fear. Yet I am not truly alone. A silent guide sustains my life and backfires the malice of my enemies. Silence their lies with your truth, and I will offer you a grateful heart. For you have pulled my soul out of the deepest trouble, restoring peace to my mind. I can finally look back at my fears without trembling. Now hear Psalm 55. Do not ignore my desperate cry for help in this hour of distress. Do not hide your face when I search for you. I am restless and overwhelmed, struggling with the weight of our own modern anxiety as the chaotic world screams outside. Cruel minds target us, throwing their bitterness our way, fueled by anger and silent hatred. Inside, my heart is breaking, and the overwhelming dread of my own mortality paralyzes me. Shaking with deep anxiety, a sudden wave of sheer terror completely consumes my soul. I thought if only I had wings to escape like a bird, to fly away and find peace. I would flee to the quiet desert, escaping deep into the wilderness to find solitude. I would run from this raging storm, break their alliance creator, scatter their chaotic plans. For I witness constant hostility and bitter conflict tearing through our society day and night. trouble patrols the perimeter of our lives, while internal corruption and grief plague our hearts. Evil thrives deep within, while lies and manipulation dominate the public squares of our world. It was not a stranger who betrayed me. I could have handled that level of pain. It was not an open adversary mocking me, for I could have easily hidden away. No, it was you, my peer, my trusted mentor, the companion who knew my soul. We shared intimate secrets and walked side by side into sacred spiritual spaces. May sudden ruin engulf them, dragging them alive into the dark abyss of their choices. For spiritual rot infests their private lives. But I choose a completely different path. I will call out for divine help, seeking quiet transformation, morning, noon, and night. My cries will echo, and the universe will listen, rescuing my inner self from turmoil, bringing stillness to the inner warfare raging within, even when surrounded by countless enemies. The eternal presence will answer them, for those stuck in their ways refuse to change. Without inner growth, they lose reverence. They turn their hands against those at peace. They shatter sacred vows of trust. Their outer speech sounds incredibly warm and reassuring. While their hearts plot secret warfare, their gentle whispers act as a clever disguise. Yet those words cut like sharp blades. Release your anxiety to the ultimate source. You will be supported. The stable mind will never shatter under the weight of trials. But those driven by violent deceit will fall into the dark abyss of ruin. Their time will be cut short, but I anchor my faith in truth. Turning now to Psalm 56, a quiet cry of exile, a sacred song of David captured by enemies in foreign territory. Grant me grace. Divine protector, for worldly pressures constantly threaten to consume my life. My internal shadows harass me constantly, attempting to overwhelm my fragile sense of self. In moments of deep vulnerability and fear, I redirect my focus toward ultimate truth. I ground my mind in sacred wisdom, knowing that true divine security completely banishes all fear. What can physical threats do to me? My enemies twist my intentions constantly. They conspire in secret, lurking in the dark shadows of malice, watching my every move, hunting my spirit. Can they escape the consequences of deceit? You keep track of my internal exile, measuring every step of my long journey. Every single tear I shed is remembered, recorded in the timeless database of human experience. My doubts vanish the moment I seek truth, recognizing that the divine aligns with my soul. I celebrate this timeless wisdom, finding absolute comfort, resting my entire life upon this sacred foundation. Fear of humanity has lost its grip. I honor the sacred commitments within my heart. I offer gratitude, for you have rescued my spirit from the abyss of despair. Keep my steps steady on this path, allowing me to live fully awake and conscious. Psalm 57, a song written in the shadows, composed when hiding from intense persecution deep inside a cave. Extend your mercy to my anxious mind, for my innermost being seeks absolute shelter in you. Where do you hide when your world collapses beneath a sacred shadow? We seek a sanctuary. I call out to the silent absolute, the force that shapes my destiny from within. Help descends from the heights, rescuing my fragile mind from the jaws of overwhelming dread. In this dark exile, divine truth arrives just as I find myself surrounded by predators. I am forced to dwell with fiery, toxic people whose very words are sharp, weaponized threats. Their tongues cut like blades, yet a higher perspective calls me to rise above. Let great light fill this planet. Meanwhile, unseen traps are laid to snag my feet. My spirit feels heavy and crushed. They dug deep graves directly in my path, but they fell into their own traps. Pause and reflect. My focus is locked. My mind is still. I will sing despite the chaos around. Wake up, my inner light. Wake up, quiet soul. I will greet the dawn. I will express gratitude openly to everyone sharing this wisdom across all nations. For infinite kindness reaches the skies, and profound reality stretches far beyond the clouds. Rise higher than the heavens, and let pure light shine across the entire planet. Let us look deeper into another ancient map. Do our leaders truly speak truth? Do you judge others fairly? Or is your internal compass secretly broken and corrupt? You plan dark deeds in private and distribute pain across this physical world. Some people seem lost from the very start, wandering into lies from birth. Their venom is toxic, mimicking a deadly snake that blocks out all outside influence. It refuses to listen to any reason deaf to the wisdom of the world. Strip away their power to harm us. Neutralize the threat they carry inside. Let their fierce anger dissolve like flowing stream water, vanishing into the dry earth. When they aim their weapons at us, let their sharp arrows miss completely. Let their dark influence waste away, dissolving like a shadow in midday sun. Let them vanish before they can damage anything, never seeing the bright light. A sudden storm of consequence sweeps them off, leaving nothing behind but quiet. Those seeking justice will finally feel relief when ultimate balance is restored. Standing victorious humanity will realize there is a deep meaning to this struggle. Goodness has a true reward. A higher law governs our shared reality. Consider another chapter of this ancient psychological blueprint. A man trapped in his home, surrounded by enemies. Save me from the dark forces outside. Protect me from this sudden threat. Shield my mind from toxic people, and protect me from violent, hateful minds. They lurk in the shadows, waiting to destroy my inner peace without cause. I did nothing to deserve this aggression, yet they rush to attack me. Rise up and see my pain. Awake, great source of ultimate strength. Show no favor to those who consciously choose cruelty and spreading chaos. They return in the dark, growling like stray dogs, prowling around the city walls, barking out hateful words from the shadows. Their words cut like weapons, assuming no one is listening to their schemes. But the cosmos laughs at their vanity. Their tiny power is totally meaningless. I will rely on inner peace, knowing my true shield is spiritual alignment. I will witness my triumph over these inner demons without destroying them. Let their defeat be a lesson, so we do not repeat their mistakes. For their words expose their internal corruption. May we learn from their fall. Why do our own pride and bitter lies eventually consume us from within? When anger burns away our illusions, we finally realize who truly holds the power. From the depths of our souls to the edge of existence, darkness always returns. Like stray animals howling in the dark, our anxieties endlessly circle the ruins of our minds. We search endlessly, never satisfied, yet a deeper voice begins to sing of ancient hope. I will celebrate a grace that rises like the dawn, because you are my shield. A sanctuary when the storms hit, a quiet source of strength in our darkest hours. I sing to the force that protects my fragile heart. The ancient music of the soul continues. David wrote these raw words during his greatest internal battles, surrounded by hostile forces waging a war on both the outside and inside. Deep in the valley of despair, we feel utterly abandoned. Broken and scattered by our choices, we beg for a way back home. When our foundation shakes and fractures, who will mend the cracks in our lives? We are forced to witness bitter struggles, tasting the shock of our own ruin. Yet amidst the chaos, a rallying flag is raised for us. A beacon of truth stands tall for those who search for meaning. Save us from our own destructive habits, and hear this quiet cry for rescue. A sacred voice promises to restore order and map out our fragmented lives. Every scattered piece of our identity belongs to something far greater than ourselves. Our minds find defense, our hearts find order, and our deepest fears are finally conquered. Who will guide us through the high walls of our own mental fortresses? who leads us through hostile territory when we feel completely disconnected from our Creator. When our inner strength fails and our self-made battles collapse, we look for divine assistance. Relying on human validation is empty, but a deeper connection brings us ultimate courage. This spiritual force is what finally crushes the inner demons we constantly fight. Listen to this raw human whisper a plea echoing from a broken soul. From the very edges of despair, we call out when our hearts are completely overwhelmed. Guide me to a perspective far greater and more stable than my current pain. You have been a fortress protecting me from the constant onslaught of self-doubt. We find peace beneath a protective shield, knowing our quiet promises are finally heard. We inherit the legacy of those who walked this hard path of faith before us. This eternal spark deep within us will endure through countless trials. Let compassion and truth protect our hearts from falling into darkness. Then we can face each morning with gratitude, keeping our sacred commitments to ourselves. This brings us to David's ultimate realization. In absolute silence, my restless mind finds peace, waiting for a deeper truth to emerge. That truth is my foundation, my security, ensuring I will never be completely shattered. How long will we let dark thoughts attack us? These internal mental traps are like crumbling stone walls ready to collapse under their own weight. They try to pull us down, robbing us of our true dignity and peace. We wear smiling masks, hiding the bitter conflicts raging deep within our own hearts. So we must tell our souls to quiet down, finding our hope beyond ourselves. He remains the unshakable ground of our being, keeping us steady when everything else falls. This ancient map shows us that our ultimate refuge has always been found within. Trust Him in every moment. Pour out your inner soul. He is our ultimate sanctuary. Selah. Even the powerless are nothing but a passing breath, and the powerful, they are a complete illusion. Weighed on scales, they amount to nothing, lighter than a whisper. Do not rely on extortion or empty stolen gains. If wealth comes, do not let it capture your soul. The Creator has spoken once. Twice I have heard this truth. Supreme power belongs only to the Creator, and with Him is mercy. He rewards every soul according to their deeds. Psalm 63. A song of David while wandering through the desolate wilderness of Judah. O divine, you are my light. I seek you early. My soul thirsts for you. My body aches for your presence in this parched desert where no water can flow. I long to witness your majestic force, just as I saw you in the holy place. Because your endless love is better than living, my lips will sing your praises. So I will honor you as long as I breathe, lifting my hands to your name. My inner self will feast on your goodness, and my voice will sing with joy. I remember you while lying awake, meditating through the deep watches of the night. You have always been my rescue, and under your protective wings, I find joy. My soul clings tightly to your path. Your strong right hand holds me steady, but those trying to destroy my spirit will sink into the darkest depths below. They will fall by the edge of the sword and become food for wild beasts. Yet the leader will find joy in God, and everyone devoted to Him will triumph, while the mouths of those who whisper deceit will be silenced forever. Psalm 64. For the music director, David pleads, "Hear my voice in my silent cry. Protect my soul from the paralyzing fear of enemies. Shield me from their secret plots. Hide me from the violent rebellion of those who practice dark evils. They sharpen their tongues like deadly swords, aiming their bitter words like arrows, striking the innocent from the shadows. They shoot without warning and feel no fear. They embolden each other in malice, secretly planning to lay hidden traps. Whispering who will ever catch them, they devise deep schemes of injustice. Searching deep within, they plot their perfect crime. The human heart is complex, but the divine will strike them down with a sudden, unexpected arrow. Wounded in an instant, Their very own spoken words will bring about their ruin. Everyone who witnesses their fall will run struck by a deep, silent awe. They will speak of God's deeds, understanding the profound wisdom behind his actions. Those seeking truth will find joy and safety in the Creator holding their heads high. Psalm 65. For the music director, a profound song of David. Silent praise awaits you, O God, in the holy city of Zion. Our promises will be fulfilled. To you, the one who hears every whisper, all humanity will come to you. Though our failures overwhelm us, you forgive. You purge our sins. Truly blessed is the one you choose to summon, letting them live in your presence. We find true peace inside your sacred halls, filled completely with the beauty of your temple. With breathtaking justice, you answer us, O God of our rescue. You are the ultimate hope for the whole world, and for those wandering on distant, lonely oceans, you are their only true anchor. You established the towering mountains by your immense strength, clothed in supreme power, quieting the roaring oceans, silencing their crashing waves, and the chaos of nations. Why do those living in the darkest corners of the soul fear your presence? You make the dawn of hope and the darkness of evening shout with joy. You visit our dry, weary inner minds, watering them with God's endless river, an abundant stream of life feeding our spirits when we are empty and broken. You soften our jagged defenses, smoothing over the painful cracks of our past. With gentle healing rain, you revive our hearts and bless our new beginnings. You crown our dark seasons with goodness, leaving a path of rich abundance behind. Even the quiet deserts of our minds begin to bloom with joy again. Our once empty valleys are covered with new life and a deep harvest. They shout for joy. This is Psalm 66, written for the music leader, a sacred song. Cry out to God in absolute triumph, honoring his glorious name today. Make his praise spectacular. Tell him how breathtaking are your deeds among us. Your great power forces even our deepest, darkest shadows to surrender to you. The whole world will bow down, singing songs of devotion to your name. We will sing forever. Pause. Come and see what God has done. His actions toward humanity are awe-inspiring. He turned our seas to dry ground. We crossed the floodwaters on foot, finding our deepest joy inside his presence. He rules forever. His eyes watch the nations. Let no rebel stand proud. Pause. Bless our God, all people, and let his praise ring out. He holds our fragile lives together and never lets our feet slip away. For you, God, have tested our souls, refining us like precious silver. You let us get caught in traps, laying heavy burdens upon our backs. You let others trample over us, but we walked straight through fire and water. Finally, you brought us out into a spacious place of rest and healing. I will enter your house with gratitude, fulfilling the vows I made. The deep promises my lips spoke when fear and trouble had completely surrounded me. I bring my very best sacrifices, offering you my sincere devotion and worship. Pause. Come and listen, all who seek God, and I will declare what he did for my soul. I cried out to him with my mouth, and praise was always resting upon my tongue. If I harbor hidden sin in my heart, the Lord will not hear. But God has truly listened to me, paying close attention to my desperate plea. Blessed be God, who never rejected my quiet prayers. This is Psalm 67, a song for stringed instruments. May God show us deep mercy, bless our lives, and shine his warm face upon us. Pause. So your path of healing may be known across the earth. Let every nation praise you, God. Let all the people sing your praises. Let the nations rejoice because you judge and guide us with justice. You lead the world. Pause. Let everyone praise you, O God. Let all humanity praise you. and our lives will yield a rich spiritual harvest. Our own God will bless us, and the absolute ends of the earth will stand in awe of him. This is Psalm 68, a powerful and triumphant song written by David. Let God arise. Let his enemies be scattered, and let hatred flee before his presence. As smoke is driven away by the wind, melt their opposition like wax before a blazing fire. Let our inner darkness vanish at his presence, but let the righteous rejoice in him. Let them be glad and celebrate with an unbreakable deep joy. What if the power riding the heavens of your mind is calling you to rise? Rejoice in his name, the Father who protects every lonely and abandoned soul. He defends the broken, creating a sacred sanctuary for those trapped in deep isolation. He shatters our invisible chains, but those who resist are left in dry deserts. When you let us out marching through the vast, empty wilderness of the mind, the inner world trembled, and the skies poured down, shaken to their core. The ancient mountains shook melting before the presence of the ultimate hidden creator. Yet you poured down a refreshing rain, restoring your exhausted people when they faltered. You revived your weary chosen ones, providing a place to finally settle. In your deep goodness, you provided for the needy. Then the sovereign spoke. A massive host carried the word, scattering powerful armies and kings in panic. Even those remaining behind divided the gold. Though you slept among the ashes, you will rise like a dove, her silver wings shimmering with brilliant yellow gold. When the Almighty crushed those warring kings, peace fell like snow on Mount Salmon. The majestic mountain of God towers high, overshadowing the dark, rugged peaks of Bashan. Why do you look with envy, grand mountains? God chose this humble hill. Here the Lord will live forever. Tens of thousands of heavenly chariots surround him. Myriads of angels attend him, bringing the fiery power of Sinai into his sanctuary. You ascended to the heights, conquering captivity itself, claiming tribute from the conquered. Even the rebels surrendered gifts so the Lord God could dwell among them. Praise the Lord who carries our heavy burdens day after day, our saving strength, our ultimate rescue. This God is our true deliverer, the sovereign Lord who rescues us from death. He shatters the skulls of his enemies, those who stubbornly walk in their guilt, the arrogant ones who refuse to turn back from their dark paths. The Lord promised, I will bring you back from Bashan, from the deepest seas, so you can march victorious, trampling the very forces of chaos under your feet. Even your hounds will share in this ultimate final triumph. They witness your grand procession, my God and King, marching into your sacred temple. Singers lead the way, followed by musicians playing ancient melodies. Young women beat tambourines in the crowd, urging everyone to praise the Lord. Let the vast assembly honor him, the true source of our strength. The small tribe of Benjamin leads, followed by the great leaders of Judah, along with the rulers of Zebulun and Naphtali, united in power. Summon your great power, O God, and secure what you did for us. Kings will bring tributes to your temple. Silence the beasts of the reeds, the aggressive, arrogant nations, until they bow down and submit to you. Scatter the warmongers who crave conflict, bringing them to their knees. Dignitaries will arrive from Egypt, and remote nations will lift hands in prayer. Sing praises, all kingdoms of the earth, raise your voices to the sovereign. Honor him who rides across the ancient eternal skies, speaking with thunderous power. Hear his mighty voice roar. Proclaim the immense power of our Creator. His majestic glory shines over his people, his strength filling the skies above. You are awe-inspiring in your sacred home, giving immense power to your people. Blessed be the God who empowers our fragile souls. Why does an ancient cry still echo in our modern minds? When the flood of life rises, drowning your sanity, where do you turn to keep from sinking? You feel stuck in the quicksand of anxiety with absolutely no solid ground left beneath your feet. Your mind is utterly exhausted. The endless tears have dried, leaving your spirit completely parched and blind. While waiting for answers, a sea of faceless critics seems to rise against you for no reason. Unfair judgment targets you, a relentless tide, designed only to tear you down completely. Forced to pay for wrongs you did not commit, your deepest secrets remain fully exposed. You worry that your personal failures will drag down the people who still believe in you. The fear of becoming a disappointment to everyone who looks up to you is agonizing, because standing up for what is true has only brought you isolation and heavy judgment. Wrapped in a blanket of shame, you feel like an absolute stranger to your own family, cast out by those closest to you simply because a burning passion consumes your entire soul. The bitter anger of a broken world is directed entirely at your fragile heart. When you show vulnerability and weep, they mock your sadness and weaponize your silent pain. Wearing your grief openly only turns you into a cruel punchline for the onlookers. From elite boardrooms to the whispers on the street, you are the subject of their mockery. Yet in this dark hour, you whisper a quiet prayer, hoping for a moment of grace, begging for a lifeline of truth to pull you out of the quicksand before you drown. Save me from sinking further, and rescue me from the toxic hatred that threatens to consume me. Do not let the heavy waves of depression swallow my consciousness entirely. Do not let the dark abyss close over me, leaving me forgotten in the shadows of despair. Answer me with gentle compassion, because your quiet love is my only hope. Do not turn away from me in this crisis. I need a sign, and I need it now. Come close to my aching spirit and rescue me from this hostile environment. You see the humiliation and disgrace I carry, and you know every single critic watching. This constant rejection has shattered my heart, leaving me numb under a heavy weight. I searched for a single empathetic soul, but found only cold silence and empty rooms. When I begged for nourishment, they offered poison. When I was desperate, they offered bitterness. Let the superficial comforts they take refuge in turn into their own psychological traps. May their fragile peace crumble, exposing the illusion of security they built around themselves. Blind them to the truth, and let their unshakable confidence turn to constant trembling. Let the inescapable weight of reality crash down upon their comfortable ignorance. Leave their inner worlds empty and desolate, reflecting the isolation they inflicted on others. Because they kick people who are already down and gossip about another person's pain. Let their cruel actions multiply until they are completely cut off from true peace. Erase them from the records of memory, leaving them entirely forgotten by history. But in my brokenness and deep sorrow, let your healing lift me above this chaos. I will find my voice again, celebrating the hidden spark of life with a new song. Honoring the truth with genuine gratitude means far more than any hollow ritual. Those who are quiet and broken will witness this transformation and find new hope. Your inner spirit will revive, because the universe never ignores the cries of the suffering. It never forgets those trapped in darkness. Let all of creation sing this triumph, for your inner sanctuary will be restored, and your broken foundations will rebuild. You will finally inhabit your true self, reclaiming the identity that was stolen from you. This legacy of healing belongs to you, and those who seek truth will find peace. Why do we run from our own minds? Psalm 70 is David's ancient plea to remember. Hurry, O God, to rescue me. Hurry to help me, Lord, before my inner demons finally win. Shame and confuse those dark forces hunting my soul. Force them to turn back in defeat. Drive backward into utter chaos every shadow that wishes for my downfall and delights in my pain. Let the mocking voices of shame choke on their own laughter, while those seeking truth find sudden joy. Let everyone who loves your healing power cry out with endless hope. Let the divine be magnified. Yet I am utterly broken and empty. Hurry to me, O God. You are my only rescue. Do not delay, my Lord. In Psalm 71, we ask, where do we run when everything falls apart? I put my trust in you. Never let me drown in the chaos of my own fears. Save me through your ultimate truth. Listen closely to my silent whisper and set me free. Be my safe harbor, a sacred sanctuary where I can always hide from the storm. You have decreed my survival, acting as my unshakable fortress. Rescue me, O my Creator. Pull me from the grip of wicked forces, away from cruel hands and systemic oppression. For you are my lifelong hope, my absolute anchor since the innocent days of my youth. You held me secure before my first breath, guiding me gently from my mother's womb. I will praise you forever. To many, my survival seems like an impossible mystery, but you are my indestructible shield. Fill my voice with deep gratitude and reverence. Do not discard me as I grow old. Do not abandon me when my body weakens. My inner demons whisper doubts, and those waiting for my soul plan their final strike. They whisper that God has abandoned me, urging each other to hunt me down, believing there is no one left to save me. Oh God, do not stay far away. Hurry to me. Help me block out these haunting thoughts that actively seek to destroy my mental peace. May those who want to see me fail be buried in their own shame. But I will keep holding on to hope. I will speak of your grace louder and louder each day, proclaiming your healing path constantly, even when its full mystery is beyond my comprehension. I will step forward in the profound strength of the divine, remembering only your grace. Your absolute truth is my guide. You have mentored my soul since my childhood, and to this very hour I have shared the incredible miracles of existence. Now, as my hair turns gray and age sets in, do not abandon me, O Creator. Let me pass this ancient wisdom to the next generation, showing them the way. Your supreme justice reaches the heavens. You have done massive wonders. Who is like you? Though you have let me experience dark and bitter pain, you will revive my soul. You will drag me back up from the deepest, darkest pits of my despair. You will expand my purpose and wrap me in comfort. I will sing my gratitude, playing ancient instruments to honor your truth, O God. I play the harp for you, the sacred source of all life. My voice will erupt with joy as I sing. My redeemed soul and my voice will speak of your justice all day long, because the shadows trying to destroy my spirit have been utterly defeated and disgraced. Now look at Psalm 72, a vision for Solomon. Grant the leader your wisdom, O God, and your justice to the next generation, so he may govern the brokenhearted with absolute fairness. May the mountains echo with peace, and the rolling hills bloom with justice. He will defend those in need and rescue children caught in systemic traps, crushing the oppressor. This timeless fight for the human soul will endure as long as the sun and moon shine. Why does this ancient king descend like rain on dry grass, like soft showers that nourish the earth, making the righteous flourish and bringing a deep, endless peace, a quiet peace lasting as long as the moon itself, stretching across every sea. From the great river to the very edge of the earth, even wild outcasts will bow before him, his enemies eating dust, while rulers of distant lands and forgotten islands bring him tributes as powerful foreign monarchs offer their wealth. Yes, every ruler will kneel before this presence, and every nation will serve. For he rescues the broken when they cry out, the poor with no one else. He protects the vulnerable, saving the souls of those trapped in deep despair. He frees their spirits from cruelty and lies, recognizing their true value. In his eyes, their blood is precious. He lives forever showered with legendary gold. Constant prayers will rise up for his reign, and daily he will be praised. Even a tiny handful of grain sown on the cold, barren mountain peaks will grow into forests swaying like Lebanon, as cities bloom like wild grass. His legacy is permanent, his name echoing through time like an eternal light. It will outlast the sun, a blessing for all humanity, uniting every nation. Praise be to the Creator, the God of Israel, who alone performs miracles. Let his glorious name be praised forever, filling the entire world with light. Let it be so. Amen and amen. Here the prayers of David end. Now we open the haunting song of Asaph. Asaph writes, God is truly good to those of a clean heart. But as for me, my feet almost slipped. I nearly lost my grip because I envied the arrogant. I watched the wicked prosper, seeing them face death with no pain. Their bodies are healthy and strong. They escape the daily struggles of others. They suffer no hardships. Thus, they wear pride like a gold necklace. Cruelty wraps around them like a coat, and their eyes bulge with greed. Their wealth outgrows their wildest dreams. They scoff and speak of oppression. They talk down to others, shouting their arrogant defiance at the heavens. Their words claim the earth, and the confused crowd follows them. They drink deep from a full cup of excess, mocking, how could God possibly ever know? Is there any real awareness in the Almighty? Look at these wealthy, carefree sinners. They only accumulate more riches. Did I keep my own heart pure for nothing? Was it useless to live honestly when I suffer under heavy burdens daily? If I voiced these dark doubts, I would have betrayed your faithful people. Trying to make sense of this injustice was a crushing weight on my mind, until I entered the quiet sanctuary of God. Only then did I see. Truly you placed them on slippery ground, letting them slide toward ruin. In an instant they fall. Their illusion of security vanishes completely. Swept away by terror, they disappear like a dream when we wake up. My soul was bitter with envy, my inner thoughts pierced with pain. I was acting foolishly, behaving like a mindless animal in your presence. Yet you are still beside me, holding my hand through the dark. You guide me with wise counsel, leading me toward a brighter future. Who do I have in heaven but you? There is nothing on earth I desire besides you. Though my body and mind may fail, God remains the strength of my heart. What if your anxiety is actually a spiritual hunger warning that you have drifted too far? We chase cheap distractions that ruin our minds, yet our souls ache to draw closer to peace. We search for solid ground, placing our fragile trust in a higher, unchanging anchor. To tell a story of survival, Psalm 74. Why do we feel so abandoned, left alone in this cold, quiet, dark? Why does anger burn within us, tearing apart the very places we once found peace? Think back to who we used to be, before our inner sanctuary was shattered. We were built for sacred connection, a quiet temple where the divine once lived. Walk through the ruins of your own mind. See what the enemy has destroyed. Loud, chaotic thoughts roar inside us, planting their own flags in our sacred space. Once we measured a man by what he built, by his quiet strength and focus. But now our finest inner qualities are chopped down with thoughtless, violent force. Anger and regret burn through our inner temple, leaving nothing but ashes. They drag our self-worth into the dirt, flattening the home of our identity. A quiet whisper inside says, let us tear it all down, leaving absolute ruin. Now the holy places of our culture are dark. We have lost our guiding lights. Nobody knows how to fix this. We cry out, how long must we suffer? Will this internal struggle never end? Why does hope feel so far away? Why do you hold back your strength, reach out and pull us from this deep psychological abyss? Yet we remember the ancient stories of a power that parted the heavy seas, a force that crushed the deep monsters of chaos lurking under the surface, shattering our biggest fears, turning those terrors into fuel for our journey forward. You carved rivers through dry deserts and calmed the overwhelming rushing floods. Both the bright day and the dark night of the soul belong to you. You drew the boundaries of our minds and set the rhythm of our lives. Through seasons of joy and winter depression, remember how we are tested. Do not let our fragile minds be consumed by these modern toxic currents. Do not abandon your gentle spirit to the loud, aggressive crowd. Remember the ancient promise, for the shadowed corners of our world are cruel. Let those who are crushed and anxious find their way back home. Let our broken hearts find a reason to sing. Stand up and fight for us. See how cynicism mocks our search for meaning every single day. Do not ignore the rising noise of a world trying to drown you out. The noise grows louder. Psalm 75, a solemn song of gratitude and deep alignment. Even in the dark we find gratitude, knowing that truth is closer than we think. Your quiet wonders speak to us when we truly listen. When the right moment comes, order will return to our chaotic world. Though our mental foundations shake and crumble, the core pillars of truth remain firm. We tell our restless egos to stop striving, to stop lifting ourselves up in pride. Do not live with a stubborn heart, searching for validation from the outside. True peace does not come from career success or status, but from a deeper judgment. There is a cup of destiny handed to every soul, filled with rich, bitter experience. We must all drink from this cup, tasting the heavy, bitter consequences of our own choices. But through the pain of this trial, we will discover our true identity. What if the ancient wars we read about are actually fought inside our own minds, where pride is stripped away and the quiet, resilient soul is finally lifted up? An ancient song echoes across time, mapping out this hidden battle for our identity. Written by Asaph, a forgotten poet who understood that our deepest terrors are sacred. He speaks of a sanctuary, a quiet place of peace, hidden deep within us. Within this inner fortress, the weapons of anxiety, defense, and self-destruction are shattered. This inner peace shines brighter than any external victory we chase in the world. The proud and strong are stripped bare, falling into a deep, helpless sleep. All their power fades, and even the strongest warriors stand frozen when their conscience is awakened. Every tool of war and escape is silenced, plunged into a profound, terrifying stillness. Who can truly face the raw, unshielded truth of who they are in the darkness? When truth is spoken from above, the restless mind falls quiet and trembles. In that stillness, deliverance comes not to the loud, but to the gentle souls. Even our chaotic anger is transformed, serving a purpose greater than our pain. So we must commit to this inner work, bringing our truest selves to the light. For the sacred force within us cuts straight through the ego of earthly rulers, bringing the highest pride down to absolute dust. Now look at the 77th Psalm, where a desperate soul cries out in the shadows. He screams into the dark void, begging for some sign that his internal agony is being heard. In his darkest moments, his hands stretch out through sleepless nights, yet his soul rejects any cheap comfort. Remembering his connection to the divine only brings deeper anxiety to his restless mind. He lies awake, staring at the ceiling, paralyzed by thoughts he cannot voice. His mind wanders backward, searching ancient history for a map to survive this night. He recalls past moments of joy, searching his own heart for a lost spark. But his search leads only to a terrifying question. Have I been completely abandoned? Is love gone for good, leaving only exile and silence in its wake? Has the promise broken down? And has compassion been consumed by cold anger? Then comes the shift. The realization that this despair is his own mental wound. He decides to remember the ancient strength, the times when hope felt real and close. I will call to mind the miracles that paved the way before us. He focuses his thoughts, speaking of those grand mysteries aloud. Your path, divine presence, is hidden in the sacred depths of the human heart. You are the force that works miracles, revealing strength when all seems lost. With massive power, you rescued your children from the deep prisons of exile. Even the wild waters of chaos recoiled, trembling in fear at your sudden arrival. The darkest abysses shook. Skies broke open, and the atmosphere screamed with thunder. Flashes of sacred insight pierced the darkness, while the great cosmic voice echoed high above. Illumination flooded the world, and our solid ground began to shift and shake. Your road leads straight through the violent storm, leaving behind footprints we cannot see. Yet you guided your fragile people like sheep through leaders who walked by faith. Listen closely. Now listen to the spiritual laws written on your very soul. I will speak in rich metaphors revealing hidden truths from our ancient past, secrets passed down through generations. Truths we must never conceal from our children. We must hand down the story of our struggle, our strength, and our redemption, because this ancient map of the soul is meant for you today. He set a decree in Jacob, carving a sacred law into Israel, commanding our ancestors that they must pass these sacred truths down so the next generation would truly know them, even the unborn who would one day rise and speak them to their own, anchoring their fragile hope in God, never forgetting the miraculous works he performed, guarding his ancient commandments, refusing to repeat the dark patterns of their ancestors, a stubborn, rebellious people who refused to align their restless hearts with the divine, whose unstable spirits drifted far from God. Then came Ephraim's descendants, armed to the teeth, carrying bows. Yet they retreated when the battle raged. They broke the sacred covenant of God, refusing to walk his path, choosing to forget his wonders. Yet he had shown them breathtaking marvels directly before their eyes. Out in the shadow of Egypt, across the barren plains of Zoan, he split the great sea, leading them through as the towering waters stood, frozen like massive walls. By day he guided them with a mysterious cloud, and through the dark night with blazing fire. He split the wilderness rocks, offering abundant water from the deepest earth. He summoned rushing streams straight from stone, making water cascade down like rivers. Yet they kept sinning, rebelling against the Most High in that barren wasteland. They secretly tested God, demanding food to satisfy their insatiable cravings, even muttering in defiance, "Can God prepare a feast in this desert?" Yes. He struck the rock and waters gushed, spilling out in wild, overflowing streams. But can he give us bread and meat? Hearing this, the divine wrath ignited. A fierce fire burned against Jacob, and fury surged against Israel, because they refused to trust the unseen, doubting his power to save them. Even though he commanded the heavens above and unlocked the gates of paradise, raining down sweet manna for them to eat, offering them the very grain of heaven. Mere mortals tasted the bread of angels, dining on food that filled them completely. Then he unleashed a mighty east wind across the sky, summoning a southern gale to rain down meat like dust upon the camp, dropping feathered birds as thick as the ocean sand right into the very heart of their camp surrounding their tents. So they gorged themselves and were completely stuffed, for he handed them exactly what their dark desires craved. Yet while the meat was still lingering between their teeth, God's sudden fury struck. cutting down their strongest leaders and striking the finest youth of Israel. Despite this terror, they kept on sinning, blind to his magnificent miracles. So he ended their empty days in futility and wrapped their years in sorrow. Only when death loomed did they seek him desperately, turning back to search for their Creator, remembering that God was their fortress, the High Lord, their ultimate Savior. Yet they merely offered empty flattery, lying through their teeth, because their hearts were completely disconnected, refusing to remain loyal to his holy covenant. Yet filled with deep mercy, he repeatedly forgave, their darkness holding back destruction. Time and again, he restrained his fiery fury, refusing to unleash his full anger. He remembered they were only fragile fleshing, passing breeze that vanishes forever. How often they rebelled against him in the wild, bringing grief to his heart in that wasteland, repeatedly turning back to test the Creator, placing limits on the Holy One of Israel. They completely forgot his power, forgetting his rescue and signs worked in Egypt. What if ancient plagues mirror our inner ruin? In Zoan, he turned lifelines to blood, leaving their waters poisoned and undrinkable. Then swarms of biting flies arrived, consuming their peace while destructive frogs invaded their homes. He surrendered all their hard-earned harvest to the caterpillar, leaving their deep labor to the devastating locusts. Icy hail shattered their vineyards, and harsh frost killed their sycamores, leaving their livestock to die under freezing rain and exposing their flocks to hot thunderbolts. He unleashed the blazing intensity of his raw anger, fierce wrath, and deeply troubled indignation, dispatching destroying angels to clear a wide path for his coming. Anger. He did not spare their souls from death, abandoning their lives to the deadly plague striking down Egypt's firstborn, the very source of their inner strength in the ancient tents of Ham. Yet he led his own people out like gentle sheep, guiding them through the vast wilderness, like a secure flock, directing their path safely so they feared nothing while the deep sea swallowed their enemies. He led them safely to the border of his holy sanctuary, to the very mountain his strong right hand had claimed. He drove out foreign nations, before them measuring out a lasting inheritance, settling the wandering tribes into their dwellings. Yet they still tested and rebelled against the Most High, God ignoring his clear laws and turning back in betrayal, acting unfaithfully like their ancestors, warping out of alignment like a broken bow. They provoked his anger with pagan shrines and stirred his deep jealousy with carved idols. When the Creator saw this, his indignation burned, utterly rejecting Israel, abandoning his sacred tabernacle at Shiloh, the very dwelling he set among humanity, and surrendered his holy strength to captors, leaving his divine glory in hostile hands. He abandoned his people to the sword, furious with his own inheritance. Raging fire devoured their young men, leaving their maidens unmarried, while spiritual leaders fell by, the sword with no widows left to weep. Then the Lord awoke, like a mighty warrior rising from slumber, shouting after drinking heavy wine. And he struck his retreating enemies, leaving them in everlasting disgrace. In his sovereignty, rejected the tents of Joseph, choosing to bypass the tribe of Ephraim, selecting instead the lineage of Judah and beloved Mount Zion, building his holy sanctuary like soaring palaces enduring as the ancient foundations of the earth. He chose his servant David to lead them, calling him from the dusty sheepfolds away from tending the nursing ewes to shepherd the house of Jacob, his chosen people, his treasured inheritance. He shepherded them with a deep integrity of an honest heart, leading them with wise and skillful hands. We enter Psalm 79, a prayer by Asaph. God, foreign forces have invaded your sacred inheritance, desecrating your holy temple and reducing Jerusalem to rubble. They left the dead bodies of your servants to be food for the birds, circling the skies, throwing the flesh of your holy ones to wild beasts. They spilled blood like rushing water across Jerusalem, leaving no one to bury the fallen. We have become a disgrace to our neighbors, mocked and despised by those surrounding us. How long, Lord, will you stay angry? Forever? Will your intense jealousy burn like fire? Pour out your anger on the godless nations who ignore you, and on the modern kingdoms of our lives that refuse your calling. What if this tale of an invaded home is about the exile inside ourselves? We carry the heavy weight of past mistakes, desperate for a mercy that rescues us. Stripped of our pride, we hit rock bottom, crying out for something greater to save us, to break free from this shame and find a clean slate. But a question remains. When we suffer, the silent world mocks our belief, demanding to know where our God is. This is the cry of a broken spirit, the quiet weeping of a soul in chains, a silent plea reaching out from the darkness, hoping for a power to preserve life. For those facing their own mortality, wishing justice on those who caused their pain. The hurt we feel is deep, yet we remain bound to something far older. We are the wanderers, seeking a guide, promising to remember the light when it returns. This ancient song echoes down through generations, finding us here. It is a raw cry, written by Asaph, pleading with the great shepherd to listen. The unseen presence guiding humanity through the wild, sitting enthroned above our deepest fears. Reveal your true power to our fractured minds. Awaken and come rescue us. Restore our souls. Turn us back to who we were. And let your light save us. But instead we find silence. How long must we endure this agonizing wait for answers? We find ourselves consuming our own grief, drinking down our sorrow day after day. We have become a warning to others, a battleground of internal and external conflict. Even our own doubts mock us. Restore our vision, change our hearts, and bring light. Think of the human soul as a delicate vine, uprooted from a dark place of captivity. A space was cleared for us to grow, allowing our roots to sink deep into existence. We flourished, once spreading our potential and casting a grand shadow across our world. Our strength rivaled the majestic cedars, reaching outward to find purpose and meaning. But then the protective walls crumbled. Why did the guardrails of our minds break down? Now we are exposed, easily torn apart by every passing threat and destructive urge. The chaotic wild has taken over our peace. We plead for the return of order. Look down upon our condition, see what we have become, and restore this fragile garden. Rescue the potential you placed inside us, the strength we were meant to possess. Yet right now, our inner world feels scorched, ruined by our own self-sabotage. We are fading under the weight of guilt. Give strength to the one who leads. Empower the divine spark within us, the higher self, so we never fall back again. Breathe new life into our tired bodies, and we will find our true voice once more. Shine through our darkness, and we will finally be whole. Then comes another shift in the ancient scroll, calling us to find joy and strength, to raise a collective voice against despair, shifting our focus from fear to hope. Play the music of recovery, sounding the alarm to wake up our sleeping consciousness. Celebrate this moment of renewal, a designated time to remember the timeless laws of life, a psychological guide given to those who survived adversity, carved into our shared history. It speaks of leaving behind our old chains, stepping into a world of unfamiliar truths. A voice whispers, "I lifted the crushing weight from your back and freed your hands. When you hit your lowest point and screamed for help, I was there to answer." Speaking from the storm, testing your resolve when the waters of life turned bitter. Pay attention to this warning. Look closely at yourself. if you are truly willing to listen. Do not let false idols rule your heart, nor bow down to modern illusions of control. I am the reality that guides you, the force that breaks your chains and leads you home. Why do we starve our souls when the divine voice promises to fill our deepest emptiness? We refuse to listen, abandoned to the relentless, silent tyranny of our own chaotic desires. We wander in the dark, guided only by our fragile egos, ignoring the ancient wisdom within. If we only walked a higher path, our deepest internal battles would already be won. Every shadow threatening our peace would vanish, falling before an unseen, greater power. Our spirits would stand unbroken, timeless, untouched by the chaotic decay of this world. We would be nourished with the richest truths, finding sweet water in the hardest stone, finding complete peace in barren places. This is the mystery of Psalm 82. An ancient vision reveals the supreme creator standing in judgment over all minor earthly rulers. How long will we compromise our integrity, allowing our own internal shadows to rule us? We must rescue the vulnerable parts of ourselves, the broken, forgotten thoughts pleading for justice. Free these fragile pieces from toxic habits. Yet we remain blind, wandering in deep ignorance. Walking blindly through the shadows, we feel the very foundations of our lives shaking apart. The text makes a stunning claim. We carry a divine spark born of the highest source. Yet we perish like ordinary mortals falling from grace. Rise up and heal our broken world, for ultimate sovereignty belongs to the divine. Psalm 83 opens with a desperate plea. Do not stay silent while chaos surrounds us, for loud, destructive voices rage within our minds, trying to tear down our spiritual peace. These psychological enemies scheme in secret, targeting the most sacred hidden parts of our soul. They whisper dark doubts, attempting to completely sever our connection to the divine source. Their goal is absolute erasure, to make us forget who we truly are meant to be. All our fears and anxieties unite in a silent, hostile conspiracy against us. Edom, Moab, and Ishmael. These names represent the ancient shadows of our ego. Ammon, Amalek, and Philistia. Every historic enemy is a metaphor for our deepest insecurities. They joined forces to crush our hope, a heavy weight pressing down upon our spirit. We pray for their defeat, just like the ancient tyrants who fell in battle. May our toxic thoughts perish completely, returning to the dust as nothing but forgotten memories. Strip these inner tyrants of their power, exposing them as weak, empty illusions of control. They tried to seize the temple within us, claiming what belongs only to the sacred. Scatter them like dry leaves in a storm consumed by a fierce, purifying fire. Let the bright flame of truth sweep through, driving away the darkness with a tempest. Shatter their illusions with your great storm, exposing their quiet shame and weakness, so that in our brokenness, we finally turn back to seek the ultimate truth. Let the ego die, so that we may recognize the true sovereign of our lives, knowing that the divine spirit is the supreme ruler over all existence. This brings us to Psalm 84, a beautiful song of homecoming for the weary soul. How beautiful is the place of peace, the sacred space where our soul truly belongs. Our very bones ache for this sanctuary, crying out for connection with the living source. Even the restless bird finds a quiet nest, a safe home to raise her young. We find our ultimate rest at the altar, safe in the presence of our Creator. True happiness belongs to those who live in this peace, offering endless praise. Blessed are those who find their strength in the divine, holding the sacred path close. Even when traveling through the valley of weeping, they turn dry ground into deep springs. They grow stronger with every step, finally arriving home transformed and whole. This ancient map points to your own heart. Will you listen to the voice within? What if these ancient prayers are actually mirrors? Look closely, protector, at our true face. Just one moment in your presence outweighs a lifetime. I would rather guard your threshold. Living in light beats dwelling in our own dark shadows. For the Creator is our shield. He is a sun and shield, offering grace and honor. No truly good thing is withheld from those who walk an honest path. Blessed is the soul who learns to trust, believing in the unseen. An ancient melody of restoration begins, a song of survivors. You have smiled upon this dry ground, bringing life back. You broke the chains of our inner exile and wiped away the guilt we carried. Our deepest mistakes are buried. Pause and breathe. Your anger has turned to peace. The storm has passed. Now bring us back to you, Savior of our hearts. Let this inner conflict end. Will you hold on to this pain against us forever? Must this suffering pass down to our children? Will you not breathe life into us, waking us up so we can feel joy again? Let us experience your quiet kindness. Rescue us from ourselves. I am listening closely to the whisper of the divine. He speaks quiet hope to our fractured minds, warning us not to fall back into madness. Rescue is closer than we think, ready to fill this empty space with brilliant light. Love and truth have finally met. Justice and peace have embraced. They unite. Reality grows from the soil beneath us, and absolute purity looks down from the heavens. The universe will open up, and our dry lives will bear fruit. A clear path is laid before us, guiding our feet forward. Along his ancient trail, listen to a humble plea from a tired king. Lean in and listen. I am broken and empty, desperately trying to keep my soul alive. Heal the one who depends entirely on you. Have mercy on my fragile heart. I cry out to you constantly. Bring some joy back to this exhausted, dry soul. I offer my whole self to you because you are kind and quick to heal, overflowing with compassion for anyone who reaches out. Please listen to my desperate plea. Pay attention to my quiet weeping. In the middle of my deepest struggle, I call, because I know you answer. Nothing in this modern pantheon of distractions compares to you. Nothing we build can match your creation. Every culture and tribe on earth will eventually find their way to this stillness, honoring the source of all things. You are the mystery behind the cosmos, the silent force. You alone are God. Show me how to live. I will follow your reality. Bring my fragmented self together. I will thank you with my entire being, keeping your memory alive within my heart forever. Your grace is truly overwhelming, pulling my mind out of the darkest abyss. You saved me. Yet the arrogant forces of this world still hunt me down. A crowd of destructive thoughts and hostile critics tries to crush my inner peace. They ignore the divine. But you remain steady, patient, and full of deep mercy, slow to anger, rich in truth. Turn back to me and heal my wounds. Share your quiet strength with this tired soul and rescue this child of yours. Give me a small sign of your goodness, so my inner doubts and critics stand corrected. Because you, Creator, have always held me and brought me peace. Inside, we rise once more with a song of belonging and origin. Our true foundation rests on higher ground, a sanctuary more beloved than any other, than any temporary home. Beautiful whispers echo about this city of the soul. Pause and listen. Even from our darkest places of chaos and exile, we remember. Why does the Bible claim that travelers from Philistia, Tyre, and Ethiopia are all native to Zion? It is a mystery of identity, suggesting a spiritual home established by a force beyond our understanding. The divine scribe records each of us, marking our souls as native to this sacred place. Imagine the music rising, singers and players sounding chords that echo deep within our modern anxieties. Every source of our life flows from here. But now we enter a darker song, a cry from the sons of Korah, a song meant for the sick and afflicted. O Lord, the anchor of my rescue, I have screamed into the dark day and night. Hear my voice. Listen close, because my mind is drowning in an ocean of heavy grief. My strength is fading fast, dragging me down toward the quiet dust of the grave. I feel like a ghost, completely powerless, abandoned in the dark with those who are gone, like casualties forgotten in the dirt, cut off from any hope of your gentle hand. You have dropped me into the absolute bottom of the abyss, swallowed by heavy black shadows. Your heavy anger presses down like lead, crashing over me like relentless cold ocean waves. You have driven all my close friends away. They look at me with disgust. I am trapped in a prison of my own making. I cannot escape. My eyes are red from weeping as I call out to you daily. Reaching out into the void, I ask, do you perform miracles for those already dead? Can ghosts rise up and sing your glory? Will your love reach the silent tomb? Is your loyalty spoken of in the ruins, or your truth in the rotting dust? Are your quiet miracles noticed in the pitch black, where all memory is erased? Yet I still cry out. Before the sun rises, my desperate prayer greets the dawn. God, why have you abandoned my fragile soul? Why turn away your face? I have carried this heavy grief since I was young. Your terrors leave me completely helpless, while your fierce anger sweeps over my head. Your dread has destroyed me, surrounding my mind like a rising, inescapable flood every day. It closes in. You have stripped away those who loved me, leaving me alone. My only companion now is the dark. Let us search for a sudden spark. I will sing of unconditional mercy, forever telling every generation of your quiet strength. I declare that love is being constructed block by block, enduring for all time. Your truth is anchored in the stars, far above our shifting human fears. You made a sacred promise to the king, pledging a legacy that outlasts empires. This spiritual throne will stand firm through every single generation. The cosmos itself sings of your incredible wonders. Your loyalty echoes where the holy gather. For who in the sky matches you? Who among the powerful forces of this universe could ever stand as your equal? The divine commands profound, awe-inspiring, quiet reverence in the hearts of his council. He is respected by everyone surrounding him. O ruler of the stars, who is like you, who possesses such immense power, wrapped in absolute, unwavering loyalty on every side. You master the roaring ocean. When its wild waves crash, you calm them down. You crushed the ancient chaos monster, reducing its terrifying force to nothing but dust. Your powerful arm broke the opposition. The sky is yours. The earth is yours. You built this entire world and everything in it, laying down its deep foundations. From Mount Tabor to Hermon, the peaks sing out with absolute wild joy. Your power is limitless. Your hand is strong and your reach is infinitely high. True justice forms the foundation of your rule, while mercy and truth go first. What if the ancient promise of inner joy is actually a map of your own soul? We struggle to walk in the light of true awareness, seeking our identity in something eternal. We crave to rise above our shadow, finding a strength we can scarcely understand. This power is the real source of our mental strength, lifting our spirit from despair. It acts as a shield against our deepest fears, a sovereign ruler over our internal chaos. Deep in the subconscious, a vision speaks, offering help to the part of us that is strong. A chosen archetype of the self, the inner David, ready to serve our highest potential. Anointed with sacred purpose, our inner strength is secured by a steady guiding hand. This resolve shields us, ensuring that no outer enemy or destructive thought can conquer our spirit. It crushes the negative voices, clearing the path before our very eyes and silencing self-doubt, because a deeper grace and constant loyalty will always protect us. Through this identity, our inner power will grow, reaching across the vast and turbulent oceans of the subconscious mind. In moments of deep crisis, the soul cries out to its origin, seeking a fatherly source and a solid rock of safety, transforming us into something new. We are elevated above our worldly troubles, guarded by an eternal protective love. This covenant of wholeness remains secure, ensuring our mental legacy will endure through time. Our peace will stand as long as heaven. Yet, if our desires stray, and we abandon the natural laws of our spirit, breaking our own moral code and ignoring our conscience, then we must face the painful consequences of our actions. Yet even in exile, our core value is never truly lost, and hope is never fully destroyed. The design of our soul remains intact, and the psychological truth of our being cannot be altered. A sacred truth has been established deep within us. Our potential will survive the darkest nights. Of the soul, shining bright and constant like the sun in the sky, it stands firm, a quiet witness, reflecting light in our darkest times. But then the dark night falls. We feel abandoned, cast out and forgotten. The promise feels broken, and our sacred identity seems completely shattered. Our self-worth is dragged through the dirt, and our psychological boundaries are torn down. Our mental defenses lie in total ruins, leaving us completely exposed to every passing anxiety. We become a target for bitter shame, while our inner demons gain the upper hand over our minds. Our fears celebrate, and our ability to fight back is lost. Our inner strength fails us, leaving us unable to stand against the conflicts of life. Our pride is stripped away, and our high status is brought down to earth. Our strength is prematurely aged, wrapped in heavy shame. How long can this last? Will the light stay hidden forever? Remember how fleeting our human existence truly is. Why does our struggle feel so empty? Who among us can truly escape their own mortality? Can we ever save our soul from the silent, cold grip of the grave? Where is the peace we once felt, the promise of our original design? We carry the weight of this existential exile deep within our heavy hearts every single day, mocked by our own failures and the critical voices of others. They follow our every step. Yet we must still praise the eternal process. We find comfort in the timeless wisdom of those who walked this path before us. This ancient text reveals our true home throughout all generations, long before the earth took its shape or the peaks of our world rose up. We belong to something eternal, an enduring source that shapes us. Why do we fear our own end? You return us to dust, saying, "Go back for 1,000 years, and your eyes are just like yesterday. When it is gone, like a fleeting watch in the night, you sweep us away like a sudden flood. We are like a dream, waking up in the morning to find ourselves like grass that sprouts. In the morning it flourishes and grows, but by evening it is cut down and withers away. We are consumed by your heavy anger, and by your deep wrath we are troubled. You have laid out all our sins before you, our hidden sins exposed in the light of your face. For all our days are slipping away under your anger. We spend our years like a story that is told. The days of our years are 70 years, and if by reason of strength we make it to 80, their pride is only empty labor and sorrow. For life is soon cut off, and we fly away. Who really knows the power of your anger? Your wrath matches the fear due to you. So teach us to count our days, that we may guide our hearts to wisdom. Return to us, Lord, how long must we wait? Compassion rest on your servants. Satisfy us in the morning with your mercy, so that we may rejoice and be glad all our lives. Make us happy for as many days as you have afflicted us for the years we have seen tragedy. Let your wondrous work be shown to your servants and your glory to their children. Let the beauty of the Lord our God rest upon us, and establish the work of our hands. Yes, establish the work of our hands. Establish it. Psalm 91. Whoever rests in the secret place of the Most High will find shelter under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say to the Lord, He is my safe refuge and fortress, my God whom I trust. Surely He will rescue you from the hunter's hidden trap and from the deadly plague. He will shield you with His feathers, and under His protective wings you will find trust. His faithful truth will be your shield and armor. You will not fear the terrors of the night, nor the arrows that fly by day, nor the plague that stalks in the dark, nor the disaster that strikes at high noon. 8,000 may fall at your side, and 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only look on with your eyes to see the fate of the wicked. Because you have made the Lord your shelter, even the Most High your home, no evil will overtake you, and no disease will come near your dwelling. For He will put His angels in charge of you to protect you in all your paths. They will carry you in their hands so you won't strike your foot against a stone. You will step on lions and vipers, treading down the young lion and the great serpent under your feet. Because he clings to me in love, I will rescue him. I will protect him on high, because he deeply knows my name. When he calls out to me, I will answer. I will stay beside him in trouble. I will rescue him and honor him. I will satisfy him with a long life and show him my salvation. Psalm 92. A song for the Sabbath day. It is truly wonderful to give thanks to the Lord and sing praises to your name, O Most High, to declare your unfailing love in the morning and your constant faithfulness every single night. With an instrument of 10 strings on the lute and the harp, with a solemn melody. For you, Lord, have made me glad by your deeds. I will rejoice in the works of your hands. O Lord, how great are your works! Your thoughts are so incredibly deep. Why does the modern mind fail to understand the deeper laws of life, blind to how destructive patterns sprout like fast-growing grass, and why those who spread chaos seem to thrive, they flourish, only to crumble. Yet the divine presence remains, supreme, far above our internal storms. For look, your shadows, those inner enemies, are doomed to fade. Every fragment of ego will scatter, but our strength rises like a wild, untamed force. We are restored with fresh, healing oil. Our eyes witness the defeat of our deepest fears. Our ears, hearing the quiet collapse of the dark thoughts that rise against us. The truthful will stand resilient like palms, growing mighty like ancient cedars, deeply rooted within. The sacred spaces of the soul thriving in the presence of the divine. They still bear fruit in the winter of life, remaining vital and green, proving that the source of all existence is true. A steady anchor without any darkness. In Psalm 93, the divine reigns clothed in splendor and armed with an ancient, unshakable power that wraps around the cosmos, anchoring our world so it cannot be shaken. Your inner throne stands firm, existing from eternity. The chaotic waters of anxiety have risen. The raging floods raise their deafening voice crashing against us. Yet the divine consciousness is far stronger than the roar of those deep, terrifying oceans. Your eternal laws are always pure, a sacred space within our soul forever. In Psalm 94, we cry to the God of ultimate justice, "Reveal yourself. Rise up, great judge of our conscience, and give the arrogant what they deserve. How long will they celebrate their hollow victories? How long will they pour out arrogant words boasting? In their malice, they shatter our peace, crushing our sacred human spirit and hurting the vulnerable, the isolated, and those left without a home, believing that the divine does not watch, that the cosmic eye is blind. Blind! Wake up, you mindless cynics! When will you open your eyes? The one who designed our ears, does he not listen? The creator of sight, does he not see? The force that guides nations, will it not correct our steps? The divine surely knows that all our anxious human thoughts are merely vapor. Fortunate is the person you guide through struggle, teaching them your deeper truths, offering them quiet relief from times of trial, until the trap of their own making catches the cruel. The divine never abandons us, nor deserts those who seek the light. True justice will return. To align with truth and honest hearts will follow. Who will stand by my side against this encroaching darkness? Who will fight the shadow within and without? If the divine presence had not rescued me, I would have vanished into absolute icy silence. The moment I felt my footing slip, your grace quieted my racing mind, restoring my peace. Can corrupt systems ever align with your light? When they write injustice into their very laws, they conspire against the honest seeker, condemning those who try to live purely. But the divine is my ultimate fortress, my unshakable sanctuary. He will surely turn their dark deeds back upon them, dismantling their corruption from within. Yes, the silent force of truth will sweep them away. Why do we run from the light? Come, let us cry out to the ancient rock that anchors our fragile souls. Let us step into the dark of his presence, with gratitude shedding our modern fears, raising a raw, sacred chant. For this force is no myth, but the ultimate sovereign of the mind, ruling over all lesser idols. In his grasp lie the deepest, darkest chambers of our collective subconscious. He owns the towering heights, the chaotic oceans of our trauma, and the solid ground we walk upon. So let us bow. Let us bend our stubborn knees before the architect of our very existence, for he is our anchor. We are the lost wanderers he guides, desperate for a shepherd's hand. If you hear his whisper today, do not build a stone wall around your wounded heart. Do not repeat the ancient rebellion in the wasteland where our ancestors lost their way. They tested the divine, demanding proof, yet spent 40 long years wandering in circles of grief. A broken generation whose inner compass was utterly shattered, refusing to walk the path of truth, leading to a terrifying judgment, an exile from peace, forever barred from finding true sacred rest, our inner rest. But there is a way back. Sing a new anthem. Let the entire world echo this transformation. Praise the source, let healing ripple out daily, and speak this ancient mystery aloud. Reveal his hidden wonders to the faithless, for this truth transcends our small understanding. He demands awe, casting a shadow over the fleeting, empty idols we worship today. Those false gods are mere ghosts, but the Creator forged the very stars. Dignity surrounds him. Unyielding power and sacred beauty dwell deep within his temple. Offer your hearts, all tribes of man. Return all honor and primal strength to the source of life. Surrender your fragile pride. Honor his holy name. Bring the heavy offering of your broken ego and enter his inner court. Bow before the terrifying beauty of the sacred. Let the entire world tremble in silence. Proclaim to the faithless that true order reigns. The foundations of existence are unshakable. It cannot be shaken. He will weigh our hidden hearts with absolute justice. Let the cosmos rejoice. Let the earth celebrate. Let the wild, churning seas lift up a great, roaring chorus. Let the open fields awaken with joy, while the dark, silent forests find their voice. Singing before the Creator, for He is coming. He comes to restore balance to our broken world. He will measure the nations with truth, piercing through our illusions with absolute clarity. The true King rules. Let the weary earth find joy. Let the isolated islands celebrate. Heavy clouds and sacred darkness shroud his brilliant majesty. Justice and truth form his seat. A consuming fire blazes ahead, sweeping away his foes. His blinding lightnings flash across the night sky, shaking the foundations of the earth. The ancient mountains dissolve like wax before him, standing in the presence of the ultimate master, the sovereign Lord of all physical creation. The stars proclaim his justice. Every soul witnesses his radiant splendor. Shame falls upon those who chase shadows, worshiping the fragile constructs of their own hands. Bow down all lesser spirits. The faithful hear and rejoice, finding hope in his dark judgments. They celebrate your wisdom. For you, Creator, stand supreme, far above our earthly chaos, towering over every false sanctuary. If you truly love the light, you must reject the dark. He guards the inner spark of his chosen, snatching them from the grip of malice. Seeds of blinding light are planted for the pure, yielding joy for the honest soul. Find your strength in him, you who strive for truth. Remembering his untamed holiness, raise a fresh melody to the divine, for he has worked wonders in our broken hearts. His sovereign power and sacred reach have secured the ultimate triumph over our inner darkness. The Creator has revealed our rescue, showing his unyielding justice openly to a watching world. Why does the modern psyche crave an ancient force of mercy within a hostile world? From the depths of our internal exile, we desperately scan the horizon for ultimate rescue. A silent voice calls out. Can our restless souls shatter the quiet with joy? Can we find peace, singing ancient songs while striking the harp of our troubled hearts? Let the quiet meditations of the soul blend with a triumphant alarm before the King. Let the roaring oceans of our subconscious echo along with everything dwelling in this world. Let our floods of anxiety clap their hands, and the hills of our minds rejoice. We stand exposed before the Judge who comes to measure our lives with absolute righteousness. He will weigh the shadows of this world and its people with uncompromising equity. The ego reigns, yet our deepest fears make us tremble. He sits enthroned between our sacred archetypes. Let the earth shake. Zion is within. He rises high above all our human constructs. Praise his terrifying, awe-inspiring name, for his presence is holy. The King's strength loves justice. You establish true order. You execute judgment and righteousness within our internal Jacob. Exalt the Lord, our God, and bow before his footstool. He is holy. Recall Moses and Aaron among his priests and Samuel crying out to him. They called, and the divine answered. He spoke to them from the cloudy pillar of mystery. They kept his testimonies. They held on to his decrees. You answered their deepest spiritual cries, O Lord, our God. You are a forgiving God, though you punished their rebellious inventions. So exalt the Lord our God. Worship at his holy mountain, for the Lord our God is holy. This is a psalm of praise. Make a joyful noise to the Lord, all lands. Serve him with gladness. Come before his presence with joyful singing. Know this fundamental truth. The Lord alone is God. He crafted our identity. We are his people, the sheep of his quiet pasture. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and step into his courts with praise. Be thankful to him and bless his name, for his mercy is everlasting and his truth endures through all generations of humanity. This is a sacred song of David. I will sing of mercy and judgment. To you, Lord, I will sing. I will walk wisely with integrity. Oh, when will you come to guide me? I will walk inside my home with a pure heart, setting nothing wicked before my eyes. I despise deceitful acts. They will never take hold of me. A crooked mind must leave me. I will have nothing to do with evil. I will silence whoever secretly slanders their neighbor and banish those with arrogant eyes and proud hearts. Instead, my eyes look to the faithful of this land, that they may dwell with me. Only those of pure integrity shall serve me. No deceitful person shall dwell in my home. No liar shall stand before my eyes. I will work daily to purge this entire land of wickedness, clearing every trace of corruption from the sacred city of the Dashans. Lord, this is the desperate prayer of a soul who is overwhelmed, pouring out his raw pain. Hear my silent prayer, O Lord. Let my desperate cry reach you. Do not hide your face from me in my darkest hour. Turn your ear toward me. When I call out, answer me without delay, for my life vanishes like smoke. My bones burn like hot ash, and my heart is withered like dying grass, leaving me too exhausted to even eat my bread. Why does your body ache when your mind is in despair? My bones cling to my skin. I feel like a lonely bird in the wilderness, watching in isolation like a sleepless sparrow, left alone on a roof. My enemies mock me all day, their quiet anger turning toxic. They swear oaths against me as I eat ashes like bread and mix tears into my water. Your judgment weighs heavy. You lifted me high only to crash me down into the dust. My life fades away like an evening shadow. I am withered like dry grass, but you remain. You are eternal, remembered through every generation. Surely you will rise and show mercy to me, to heal the broken spaces of my soul, for the appointed hour of grace has arrived. We love the very stones of this ruined self, embracing even the dust of our collapse. Then the world will respect your name, and kings will witness your light as you rebuild. When the Creator rebuilds our broken lives, He will answer the cries of the helpless. He will never ignore their quiet pleas. This truth is recorded for generations yet unborn. A future transformed, people will offer praise. For He looked down from His sacred sanctuary. From the highest heavens, the Creator observed the earth, watching our quiet human struggles, to hear the painful sighs of the captive and free those marked for absolute destruction. So His name can be spoken in our holy spaces, and praise can fill our hearts. When people come together and nations unite to serve the light. But He drained my strength along the journey, cutting my life short. I cried out, my Creator, do not take me now halfway through my life. Your days span across all human history. Long ago you laid the deep foundations of the earth, and you painted the vast heavens. They will all perish, but you remain. The entire physical world will wear out like cloth. You will discard them like an old coat, and they will be completely replaced. Yet you never change. Your years have no end, and our families will find peace. Their children will live on, secure and established in your lasting presence. Here is the ancient secret of renewal. From the depths of my soul, I praise him. I bless his sacred name, and I resolve never to forget the good he does. He forgives all your hidden failures and heals the deep sickness eating your spirit. He rescues you from self-destruction, wrapping your life in mercy and gentle kindness. He fills your life with satisfaction, renewing your inner strength, so you soar like eagles. The Creator brings ultimate justice and makes things right for everyone suffering heavy burdens. He revealed his deep patterns of wisdom to Moses and his miracles to his people. Our God is patient and kind, slow to burn with anger and overflowing with grace. He will not accuse us forever, nor will he hold on to his anger eternally. He does not punish us as our mistakes deserve, nor pay us back for failures. For as high as the heavens rise above the earth, that is how vast his love. For those who honor him, he removes our guilt as far as east is from west. He separates us from our wrongs like a compassionate father holding his fragile child. The Creator shows compassion to us. He understands how fragile we really are. He remembers we are only dust. Our human lives are like wild grass blooming briefly. Then a cold wind sweeps over us, and we vanish. The ground forgets we ever existed, yet the grace of the Creator stretches from the beginning of time to the end. It rests on those who honor him, extending his justice down to our grandchildren. For those who keep his spiritual covenant and actively choose to follow his timeless wisdom. He has established his ultimate authority in the cosmos, and his kingdom rules over all. Who really sits on the throne of your mind, ruling over everything you do? What mighty unseen forces within us obey a design far greater than our own? Are we listening closely to that quiet voice aligning our inner chaos with order? Every hidden drive, every servant of our psyche, must honor the grand design. In every corner of this vast, uncharted inner kingdom, my soul, enter Psalm 104. Awake, my soul, to a divine majesty beyond our comprehension. You are dressed in pure splendor, wrapped in light like a seamless, glowing robe, stretching out the cosmos like a veil, anchoring your sacred space in deep waters. Riding the surging storm clouds, stepping lightly upon the wild wings of the wind, turning silent spirits into messengers, making your servants a blazing, consuming fire. You anchored the earth on solid bedrock, ensuring it remains forever unshakable. Deep, primordial oceans wrapped the young globe, drowning even the highest mountain peaks. Yet at your sharp rebuke, they retreated, fleeing in terror from the roaring thunder, surging over rugged ridges, carving deep valleys to reach their destined place. You drew a line in the sand, a boundary they can never cross again. Never will they swallow the land. Instead, cool springs now gush into valleys, winding gracefully through the rugged hills, offering life-giving water to every wild creature. Wild roaming beasts quench their deep thirst, while forest birds make nests nearby, singing sweet songs among the leaves as he waters hills from above. The dry ground drinks its fill, and fresh green grass begins to grow, nourishing the livestock and yielding rich, abundant crops for us to cultivate and harvest, bringing nourishing bread from the dark soil, and wine to gladden our heavy hearts, oil to make our faces glow, and food to sustain our inner strength. Witness the magnificent, deep-rooted trees of the Lord, the towering cedars he firmly planted, where nesting birds find safe shelter, and storks build homes in the tall pines. High peaks shield the wild goats, and rugged rock faces hide the vulnerable. He set the moon to track seasons and taught the sun when to set. As deep shadows fall and night arrives, the silent creatures of the forest creep out. Young lions roar in the absolute darkness, seeking their food from the Creator. At dawn, they slip away quietly, curled up safe in their dens. Then humanity wakes to begin our daily struggle, working hard until evening shadows return. How countless are your wonders, Lord! the very ground is overflowing with your riches.
And there lies the vast, deep ocean, teeming with countless life forms,
where great ships sail and the legendary fearsome Leviathan plays in the deep. Every living thing looks to you expectantly, waiting for you to feed them, gathering what you provide in due season. You open your hand and they thrive, but when you look away, they panic. When you take away their fleeting breath, they perish, returning to quiet dust. But your breath returns, bringing new life to a weary world. May this brilliant glory shine forever, and the great Creator find joy. One steady gaze makes the earth tremble. One touch makes mountains erupt in smoke. I will sing praises of this beautiful ancient mystery for as long as I live. May these quiet, deep reflections be sweet, for I find my joy in the Lord. May the stain of sin be wiped from the earth, and the wicked be no more. Find your rest, and praise the light, my soul. Why do we still praise? Why do we call upon a higher power, desperately searching for meaning in our modern lives? We sing ancient songs, trying to discover the mysterious wonders of our own souls. We chase after a sacred glory, hoping our restless hearts can finally find some peace. We yearn for inner strength, trying to remember the marvelous origin of our existence. Are these ancient wonders real? Or are they just a psychological map for our modern survival? As the descendants of this eternal struggle, we seek a force that governs our destiny. His truths echo throughout the world, keeping a sacred promise made to our ancestors, a timeless covenant passed down through generations, deeply etched within our very DNA, an oath sworn to the fathers, solidifying a spiritual law that still guides us. This everlasting bond guarantees a safe home, a true sanctuary for the weary soul. We long for our own promised land, even when we feel utterly small and powerless. We wander as isolated strangers, drifting from one chaotic state of mind to another, moving through hostile worlds, yet shielded by a quiet, protective presence we cannot explain. Even the powerful are warned, never crush the sacred spark living inside these chosen wanderers. But then a harsh drought strikes our lives, breaking our reliance on external comforts. When physical survival is threatened, a savior emerges like Joseph, betrayed and sold into exile. His feet were bruised by chains, his spirit locked away in a cold prison. Tested and refined by his dark, painful trials, the moment of his true deliverance finally arrived. The great ruler set him free, raising the formerly broken slave to run the entire royal palace. He gained complete authority, teaching the empire's leaders how to find deep, lasting wisdom. Then the people of Israel entered Egypt, settling on foreign soil. In that unfamiliar place, they grew rapidly, becoming stronger than those who feared them. But soon their hosts' hearts turned to bitter hatred. They plotted in the shadows, forcing the divine to send Moses, his chosen servant. Beside Aaron, they unleashed shocking signs and wonders to break the chains of oppression. He sent a heavy, terrifying darkness over the land, a warning they could not ignore. He turned their life-giving waters into blood, causing their entire world to rot. Plagues of creatures invaded their private chambers, shattering their illusion of safety and power. Insects swarmed their borders, and heavy icy hail fell from the heavens instead of rain. Fierce blazing lightning scorched the earth, destroying their crops and completely ruining their source of survival. Their trees were shattered, and then came massive swarms of ravenous locusts and crawling insects. Countless swarms of pests consumed every green leaf, stripping the land of its entire organic wealth. Finally, the most devastating blow fell. Death took the firstborn, crushing their future strength and hope. Yet out of this ruin they walked free, carrying treasures into the dark unknown. No one stumbled. They marched out strong while their terrified enemies watched them leave. A lingering terror remained behind, while a divine cloud shielded them, and fire gave light. Guiding them through the dark night, he answered their cries, feeding them in the desert. He satisfied their hunger with heavenly bread and split rocks to release rushing streams. Rivers flowed through the barren desert because the Creator never forgot his sacred promise. He led his chosen people out with pure, triumphant joy, fulfilling the ancient sacred covenant. With songs of gladness, they claimed new lands, inheriting the heavy labor of others. All of this so they could walk in true alignment and keep the sacred laws. Praise the Lord. Give thanks to the source of life, for he is good, and his mercy endures forever. How do we describe a grace that survives every betrayal? Who can truly speak of such power? Blessed are those who guard justice in their hearts, remaining true in a world of compromise. Remember me, Lord, with the love you show your people. Find me in my quiet isolation. Break through my shadow with your healing light, so I can finally witness the goodness of life. Grant me a share in your people's joy, a quiet pride in belonging to something eternal. Yet like those who came before us, we have failed. We inherit their darkness, repeating the same heavy patterns of rebellion and pride. Blind to the miracles of their escape, they quickly forgot 1,000 moments of grace. Instead, panic seized them at the edge of the Red Sea. Yet he saved them anyway. He rescued them to reveal a deeper truth, making his quiet authority felt across the ages. He silenced the raging waters, carving a dry path directly through the cold, terrifying depths. He guided them through the abyss as if it were a calm, open desert, escaping their pursuers. He broke the grip of those who despised them right before the heavy waters crashed down. Not a single oppressor survived the flood. Only then did the people finally believe his voice. They sang songs of victory, but the gratitude evaporated almost overnight. Refusing to wait for guidance, they let blind desire consume them in the desert. They tested the divine, demanding their fill, only to find their souls starving from the feast. Soon, jealousy festered in the camp, targeting their leaders. They resented Aaron the holy priest. Then the ground fractured, swallowing the rebels alive. The abyss buried the conspirators, while a sudden supernatural fire swept through their camp. As fire consumed the wicked others, built a golden calf at Sinai, worshiping an idol. They traded the breathtaking glory of the Creator for the cold image of a grass-eating beast. They completely forgot the very hand that had broken their chains in Egypt. Forgetting the miracles in that ancient land and the terrifying wonders at the sea, a sentence of destruction was spoken. Until Moses, his chosen leader, stepped forward. He stood in the breach, absorbing the fury, shielding the guilty from total annihilation. Yet they rejected the promised home, doubting his voice and whispering in the shadows. Huddled in their tents, they refused to listen to the whisper of truth. So a hand was raised against them, condemning them to wander and die in exile. Their children too would feel the fracture, scattered like dust across foreign lands. They bound themselves to dark foreign cults, eating food offered to dead idols. Their desperate obsessions provoked a deeper judgment, and a deadly plague swept through. Then Phinehas stood up to execute justice, halting the spread of the dark affliction. This decisive act of faith was remembered as true righteousness echoing through time. Yet they rebelled again at the waters of conflict, bringing hardship even upon Moses. They pushed his soul to its absolute limit, causing him to speak in bitter anger. They failed to clear away the toxic cultures around them as they were commanded. Instead, they blended in, adopting the very habits and values that would enslave them. They served hollow idols which became a quiet, inescapable trap. They sacrificed their own children to dark forces, trading their future for temporary security, spilling innocent blood on cold altars, offering the lives of their precious sons and daughters. They gave them to Canaan's gods, staining the very earth with their betrayal. Defiled by their own choices, they sold their souls to every passing illusion. Lost in their creations, they triggered a deep, righteous anger. This ancient fury burns, asking us, Are we still exiling ourselves today? What if our true inheritance was lost, handed over to hostile forces that despised us? These inner tyrants ruled over them. Oppressed and broken, they fell into deep bondage. Though frequently rescued from this heavy hand, a strange self-sabotage pulled them back. They chose their own blind, destructive paths, sinking deeper into their own darkness. Yet the divine witness did not ignore their silent agony whenever they cried. Remembering the ancient, sacred bond, compassion stirred once more, softening even the hearts of the cruel captors who held them in chains. Save us, ancient guide. Gather our fragmented selves from this lonely, exiled state, so we may find our true center and triumph over this inner darkness. Praise the source of all existence from the deep past into the infinite future. Let every soul whisper, Amen. Honor the light. Consider the mystery of Psalm 107. Give thanks for the ultimate goodness that endures forever. Let the liberated souls speak out, those rescued from the grip of despair and gathered from their isolated exile, scattered across the east, the west, the frozen north, and the sun-scorched south. They wandered through a psychological wasteland, finding no safe harbor, no home within. Starving for meaning, dry and exhausted, their spirits collapsed. Then they cried out in their deepest agony, and he pulled them from their distress. He guided their lost steps toward a solid, enduring sanctuary of life. If only we could recognize and praise the benevolent force that works wonders inside the depths of human consciousness. For he satisfies the searching soul, filling our inner hunger with genuine truth. Even those trapped in the deep shadow of depression, chained by heavy anxiety, having ignored their inner truth and rejected the wisdom of the higher self. So their minds were crushed by exhausting struggle. They fell completely broken, with no savior in sight. Finally, they cried out from their dark abyss, and he rescued them. He brought them out of the bleak shadow of despair, shattering their psychological chains. If only we would praise this liberating force and the miracles it performs in the human psyche. For he breaks down the heaviest mental barriers and cuts through deep neuroses. Foolish. Rebellion and self-destructive habits lead to suffering. Severely wounded, the spirit loses all appetite for life, drifting dangerously close to the very gates of death. Then they scream for help in their quiet desperation, and he rescues them from their self-inflicted ruin. He speaks truth, restoring their minds and saving them. If only we would acknowledge the silent grace that constantly rescues us, shaping our transformation. Let us offer genuine gratitude, celebrating every victory. Think of those who venture out into the vast, unpredictable oceans of life, navigating treacherous depths to survive. They witness the true power of existence and the mysteries hidden within the abyss. For life stirs up sudden, violent storms, whipping up waves of chaos that toss us toward the sky, then plunge us back down to the depths. In this panic, our internal anchor completely dissolves, leaving us reeling like drunkards, utterly paralyzed. Only then do we scream out to the unseen source of calm, and he gently leads us out of our terror. He quiets the roaring storm within our minds until the waves settle. In that stillness, we finally find our true home. Why do we constantly run from the very peace our troubled souls are searching for? We fail to see the silent miracles unfolding around us, refusing to speak them. Let us gather to honor these mysteries, speaking them openly in our sacred circles. In an instant, our vibrant inner life can dry up, turning fertile ground to dust. A rich mind becomes barren when we let darkness take root. Yet that same desolate wasteland can suddenly overflow with deep, unexpected streams of life. Here our starving souls find a home, ready to rebuild what was once broken. We begin to plant new habits, cultivating a harvest of inner peace and purpose. This spiritual growth multiplies, filling our lives with an abundance we never thought possible, protecting our inner strength even when we feel ourselves shrinking under pressure. Crushed by outside pain and sorrow, pride is stripped completely away. The powerful are left lost, wandering aimlessly through the trackless deserts of their own making. But the humble are lifted from despair, finding belonging and a new family. Those who seek truth see this and rejoice, while malice is silenced forever. Whoever is truly wise will watch these patterns uncovering the deeper rhythm of grace. They will find a deep, enduring love. This is Psalm 108. My mind is made up. I will sing my truth with every ounce of my being. Wake up, my sleeping soul. I will rise before the dawn to meet my fate. I will speak of this transformation to everyone I meet across all cultural divides. For your grace is higher than the sky, and your truth transcends our limits. Rise above our narrow human understanding, casting your light over the entire world. Rescue the parts of me that are drowning. Answer my call. The silence breaks. A sacred voice declares victory. I will claim my territory and measure my domain. Every broken piece of my history belongs to me now. My mind is guarded. My core values guide me. My heavy burdens are cleansed and my fears are conquered. I will overcome my rivals. But who will lead me into the fortified fortress? Who will guide me through my deepest terrors? Have we been abandoned by our own source of light? Will you no longer walk with us? Human effort is useless against this internal storm. Only through a higher power do we find the courage to crush our deepest shadows. Crush our inner demons. In Psalm 109, David cries out into the silence, "Do not ignore me." Deceptive thoughts and self-doubt are screaming inside my mind, trying to break me. They whisper toxic lies surrounding my consciousness until I feel completely trapped. Unprovoked hostility wars against my peace, attacking the very core of my identity. In return for my vulnerability, they offer betrayal. Still, I retreat into reflection. When goodness is met with malice, we want our tormentors to face their own darkness. Let the accuser confront them in the mirror, exposed and guilty, when their reckoning comes. May their desperate pleas turn into self-sabotage, and let their influence be quickly stripped away. Let their legacy crumble, leaving their closest relationships broken and entirely abandoned. Let the consequences of their actions scatter their descendants as wandering beggars. Let predators seize everything they built, leaving them destitute in ruined places. May no one offer them a hand or show compassion to their plight. Let even their children be ignored by a world that has forgotten mercy. Let their lineage end, their names forgotten in the very next generation, erased entirely, while the sins of their ancestors continue to haunt their memory. Why does ancient generational trauma still haunt our modern minds? We carry the unspoken debts of those who came before us, forever exposed, stripped of identity, erased from history because they chose cruelty over compassion. They preyed on the vulnerable, crushing the spirits of the broken and defenseless. But hatred is a magnet. The darkness we project eventually finds its way back home. When we wear hostility like a coat, peace retreats far out of our reach. Toxicity seeps deep inside, soaking into our very bones like poison, quiet and absolute. It wraps around us a suffocating shroud we cannot tear away or escape. This is the silent prison built by our own worst, most destructive impulses. Yet amid the inner noise, a desperate plea rises from the depths of the soul. Help me heal not because I am strong, but because my spirit is entirely empty. My heart is fractured. I feel myself fading away, vanishing like a late afternoon shadow, swept up by anxiety, blown about like dust, my physical strength completely drained away. I look in the mirror and see a stranger judged by a hostile world. They watch and whisper, shaking their heads. In my isolation, I cry out for rescue. Save me so they see that grace is real, that a higher power is at work. Let the critics spew their venom. A quiet inner peace remains your ultimate, unbreakable shield. While they drown in regret, the wounded soul finally finds joy. Let their own chaotic thoughts wrap around them like a heavy, suffocating blanket. I will speak of hope anyway, shouting it loud enough to break the silence, because divine strength always stands beside the broken, defending them from their own demons. It shields the soul from ultimate self-destruction. Now we enter a deeper mystery. The calling to sit in absolute stillness and access your inner power. Watch as your fears are slowly conquered, transformed into stepping stones of personal growth. You must learn to rule calmly amidst the chaos. In that moment of awakening, your fragmented thoughts align, serving a higher purpose. Out of the darkest night, a fresh, vibrant strength is quietly reborn within. An eternal truth is sealed. You are called to a timeless spiritual order. This inner authority shatters the arrogant, ego-driven thoughts that try to rule our minds. It sweeps away all the internal clutter, clearing out the old, lifeless regrets. It breaks the power of anxiety, ruling over our inner world. Drinking from the hidden stream of life, you can finally lift your head. This is where gratitude transforms from a chore into a lifestyle. We learn to thank the universe, wholeheartedly sharing our light with others. The laws of existence are magnificent. Studied deeply by those who seek truth, every natural design is beautiful, holding a perfect, unchanging balance. These timeless patterns are meant to be remembered, proving that reality is fundamentally designed for mercy and healing. It feeds the hungry soul, honoring an ancient, unwritten covenant between Creator and created, revealing the incredible hidden forces that quietly shape our daily lives, inheriting a rich spiritual legacy that easily outlasts any of the temporary earthly empires we build. Truth and justice are absolute cosmic anchors. They hold firm, never drifting in the storm, built upon absolute, unwavering integrity, offering a clear path to rescue our modern minds. This sacred connection is eternal. We must treat it with deep respect. For healthy, awe is the true starting point of wisdom and self-discovery. What if the code to surviving your worst internal storms was written millennia ago? This is not ancient history. It is a map of the modern mind. Take the ancient concept of fear not terror, but a profound awe of existence. When a person aligns with this gravity, their legacy becomes unshakable. True wealth is not paper or gold. It is a quiet, enduring integrity. Even in the deepest psychological exile, a sudden light breaks through the dark. This individual does not hoard. They flow with generosity, lifting others from despair. They move through the chaos of life with clear focus, anchored against the storm. They do not fear bad news because their foundation is built on truth. Their heart is steady, safe from the rising anxiety of our modern age. They look their deepest anxieties in the eye and watch them fade. They break their own ego, sharing their strength with the weak and forgotten. Their inner strength rises with quiet dignity, while those consumed by malice look on. The bitter ones grind their teeth in frustration, their empty desires dissolving like smoke. But how do we reach this state of absolute peace? The old texts invite us to look upward, beyond the noise of our daily struggles. From the first light of dawn to the quiet moments before sleep, there is a supreme consciousness that sits far above the petty dramas of our nations, an infinite reality yet intimately connected to the smallest details of our lives. This vast force bends down, peering into the hidden corners of the human heart. It pulls the broken soul out of the dirt, rescuing those buried under depression. It elevates the desperate, placing them among those who rule their own destiny. It even transforms our deepest inner barrenness, giving birth to new purpose, joy, and life. This is the mystery of transformation. Think of the Exodus, not just a physical journey through hot desert sands. It represents the mind escaping the heavy chains of trauma and old habits. When the soul decides to be free, the obstacles before it part. What made the raging sea run? Why did your deepest fears suddenly vanish? Why did those towering, insurmountable problems suddenly look so small and weak? The old world shakes when you finally step into your true divine identity. That force can turn your hardest, coldest pain into a flowing spring of wisdom, a sudden wellspring of life. This is not about boosting our fragile ego. It is about honoring something higher. In a cynical world, people mock this search. They ask, where is God? Yet the divine order operates silently, weaving the universe according to a grand design. Instead, modern culture worships dead things: digital screens, material wealth, and hollow praise. These modern idols have shiny faces, but they cannot offer you real guidance. They constantly promise connection, yet they are completely numb to your actual pain. They have no breath of life. They cannot move you toward true healing. And if we worship them, we become just like them: cold, hollow, and blind. Look deeper. Trust the quiet presence within. It is your ultimate defense and guide. Let go of the external noise and anchor yourself in that ancient, steady truth. The universe has not forgotten you. You are seen in your quietest struggles. There is a blessing waiting for those who choose to step out of their exile. No matter how small you feel, that ancient map is speaking directly to you today. What if the ancient promise of generational blessing is actually a code for psychological survival? Heavens represent the vast, untouched subconscious, while the earth is our fragile, conscious reality. This physical world is ours to master. Yet those lost in spiritual numbness cannot truly live. They slip into the quiet void of despair. But we choose to awaken our inner spirit. Now the journey deeper begins. Deep down, we all long to be heard by something greater than ourselves. When the universe listens to our silent screams, our identity begins to shift. But first, we must face the darkness, the gripping terror of our own mortality. When existential dread pulls us under, we cry out for a power to save us. Save my mind, we pray, searching for some grace within this chaotic universe. The ancient text claims a quiet mercy protects the innocent when they fall low. So we tell our anxious minds to rest, trusting that healing is finally coming. You rescued my spirit from total darkness and wiped away my bitter tears. My steps are steady now, ready to walk upright in the daylight of consciousness. Even when swallowed by anxiety, we find the strength to speak our truth. In our panic, we distrust everyone. Yet how do we repay the grace that heals us? We accept the cure, drinking deeply from the well of our own spiritual awakening. We commit to our transformation, openly sharing our victory with the world around us. Every single ego death, every painful sacrifice of our old self is deeply sacred. By submitting to this higher path, the invisible chains holding us back are shattered. We offer up our gratitude, realigning ourselves with the eternal source of life. No longer hiding in isolation, we stand proud in the presence of our community. We find true peace in the center of our lives, right where we belong. This is the ultimate homecoming. Let every corner of the human psyche unite in this great release. For the core truth of our existence is resilient, surviving every storm. The ancient song continues. We must give thanks to the goodness that sustains us through the dark. Let our collective memory echo this eternal truth across every generation of history.
Let those who have faced their deepest existential fears declare that hope survives.
From the narrow prison of our panic, we cried out to the infinite. The answer was a vast, open space of absolute freedom. With this strength, fear vanishes. What can mere human cruelty do to a soul that is anchored in truth? We rise above our adversaries. It is far better to trust the eternal.
Better to anchor in transcendent truth than to trust the fragile promises of men. Even when global chaos surrounds us, we find our center in the divine.
The shadows of our past encircle us, pressing in from every side. Yet with spiritual clarity, we dismantle these inner demons one by one. They swarm like angry bees, but they burn out fast like dry thorns in fire. The enemy of doubt pushed me to the brink of collapse. But I stood. The source of life sustained me, becoming my inner rhythm and my shield. Shouts of joy and liberation now echo through the sacred temple of our minds. The active power of creation is working miracles within us right now. This inner strength is highly elevated. We will not succumb to spiritual death. We will live to tell how our deepest trials ultimately reshaped our souls. Why do we run from the very darkness that could finally lead us to our own redemption? We stand before an ancient threshold, a hidden gateway of the soul that only the broken can truly cross. In this silent sanctuary, a voice finally answers our deepest cry and rescues us. That rejected stone, the parts of ourselves we cast aside, becomes the very foundation. This quiet shift of perspective is terrifyingly beautiful. This is the moment we awaken. This is the day of reckoning. We find joy in our struggle and plead for deliverance. We beg the universe for restoration, hoping to welcome the force that heals our fractured minds. This healing flows directly from the deepest, most sacred chambers of our forgotten spiritual home. Truth offers a blinding light. But to integrate it, we must bind our egos to the altar. We must surrender completely to this higher self, acknowledging the power that guides our fragile steps. I will lift this inner truth high, feeling immense gratitude for the underlying order of existence, an eternal grace that never fades. In Psalm 119, we find the map. Blessed are those walking with pure intention. True peace belongs to those who search for meaning with their entire being. With undivided hearts, they leave no room for self-deception, walking the path of alignment. We are called to master our impulses, yet our desires constantly pull us off course. If my steps were aligned, I would never face shame. When I truly honor these inner laws, my gratitude flows from an authentic place. With a sincere heart, I study the hard lessons of consequence and growth. Do not abandon me to my own chaos. How can we navigate youth cleanly? Only by aligning our daily habits with the timeless truth of this sacred text. I seek this truth with everything I am. Please do not let me drift away. I have buried these principles deep in my subconscious to protect me from myself. You are the ultimate teacher. Show me how to live. I speak these truths aloud. Sharing every insight gained along this path brings me more joy than any wealth. I choose to contemplate these hidden psychological patterns and respect their profound wisdom. These spiritual laws are my greatest delight, and I will never let them slip away. Sustain my soul through this trial, so I can truly live and guard this wisdom. Remove the blindfold from my eyes, so I can see the astonishing secrets hidden within these laws. I feel like an exile on this earth. Do not hide your guidance from me. My spirit aches with constant longing for real truth. You humble the arrogant ego. Those who wander from these design laws suffer. Save me from their judgment and scorn. I have stayed true to my path even when powerful forces conspired against me. They whisper and mock,
Yet I focus on your timeless blueprint. These ancient insights are my true joy and my wisest counselors. Yet sometimes my spirit feels entirely crushed in the dirt. Breathe new life into me just as promised. I confessed my fears, and you answered. Teach me how to live. Help me comprehend the deeper design. Then I will share these incredible mysteries. Right now, my soul dissolves under pressure. Give me strength to stand upright. Deliver me from the path of self-deception. Grant me your higher logic instead. I have consciously chosen the path of honesty. I keep your truths right in front of me, holding fast to your wisdom. Do not let me fall into disgrace. I will pursue this calling once you expand my heart. When my mind expands, instruct me in the profound rhythm of your natural laws. I will follow this truth until my final breath. Give me insight, and I will. Why does our modern soul feel so deeply lost, wandering through a silent exile of its own making? We crave a map, an ancient code to ground our hearts when everything else fails. Help us resist the pull of greed and avert our eyes from chasing cheap illusions. Wake us up and prove your promise to this follower who respects your truth. Shield us from the heavy shame we dread for. Your boundaries are good. We ache for real wisdom. Revive our weary spirits in your grace. Let your quiet mercy reach us in the dark, bringing the rescue we need. Give us a solid truth so we can stand against those who mock our faith. We trust your promise. Do not let us lose our voice or forget the truth. Our only hope lies in your justice. We will hold on to your design. Only then can we walk in true, lasting freedom from our fears. We will speak of these eternal truths before the powerful without any shame. We will find peace in your guidelines, which we love. Our hands will reach out to embrace the life you offer. And we will reflect on your laws. Remember the promise made to your servant upon which you caused us to build our hope. This comfort sustains us in suffering because your word restores us. Though the cynical mock us deeply, we do not turn away from your path. We recall your ancient wisdom, finding a deep comfort within ourselves. Yet dread grips us when we watch society abandon timeless order. Still, your laws remain our song during this long, earthly pilgrimage. Even in the darkest nights of the soul, we remember your name, Lord, and guard your path. This peace is our reward for following your ways. You are our everything. We have promised to guard your sacred words. We seek your grace with our entire soul. Show mercy. We examine our own faltering steps and turn back toward your ancient truth. We run without delay to follow your lead and protect your commands. Even when the chains of injustice try to strip us, we hold on to your law. In the dark of night, we rise to praise your fair judgments. We walk alongside those who respect your power and guard your truths. The entire world is filled with your love. Teach us your deep ways. You have been good to your servants, Lord, keeping your promise. Teach us sound judgment, for we trust your ancient commandments. Before suffering forced us to look inward, we wandered off. But now, listen to your word. You are good. Teach us your design. The arrogant build lies around us, but we protect your truths with all our soul. Their hearts are calloused and numb, but we love your law. Suffering was our quiet, profound teacher, showing us the depth of your statutes. Truth from your lips is worth more than mountains of gold and silver. Your hands shaped us and gave us life. Grant us the insight so we can grasp your rules. Those who seek truth will rejoice to see our transformation. We know your ways are right, even when the path is painful and difficult. Let your quiet, steady kindness hold us close, just as you promised. Let your deep, tender mercy wash over us so we might truly survive. This ancient code is our only peace. Let the arrogant be brought low. Their chaos cannot break us, for we anchor our souls in this timeless map. Let those who stand in awe of you find me, those who understand your ancient truths. Keep my inner self whole, rooted deeply in your truths. Protect me from shame. My very soul grows weak, aching for your deliverance. Yet I cling to your promise. My eyes grow weary searching, asking when comfort will come. I feel like a shriveled leather skin dried in the smoke. Yet I remember your truth. How much time do I have left? When will you bring justice to those who hunt me? Arrogant men have dug deep pits to trap me, define your sacred laws of life. But your designs are reliable. They stalk me with lies, stand by my side. They nearly wiped me off the face of this earth. But I refused to break. I held fast. Breathe new life into me with your mercy, and I will stand true. Your voice is my anchor. Forever, O Lord, your truth is carved into the cosmos. Your loyalty spans generations. You built the earth, and it stands firm. Creation still follows your design today because everything in existence serves your will. If your truth had not been my joy, my own pain would have destroyed me. I will never forget your path. It is the one thing that brought me back. I belong to you. Rescue me because I have searched for your ancient wisdom. My enemies lie in wait, wanting to tear me down. But I focus on your truths. I have watched everything human crumble, but your word has no limits. It is infinite. Oh, how I love your way. I ponder it all day long. Your insights make me far wiser than those who hate me. They are my compass. I see deeper than my teachers ever could. Because your words shape my mind. I have outgrown the old masters because I walk your path. I have turned my back on dark detours to keep my soul aligned with yours. I have never drifted from your judgment because you are the one teaching me. How sweet your promises taste to my soul. They are sweeter than honey to my lips. Your rules bring true clarity, making me despise every false, crooked path. Your word is a lamp for my feet, a guiding light for my path. I made a vow, and I will keep it to walk by your righteous laws. I am suffering deeply. Revive me, Lord, as you promised. Accept the quiet gratitude of my voice. Hear my praise, O Lord, and show me how to live. My life hangs in the balance constantly, yet I never lose grip on your law. The cruel have set traps to catch me, but I do not wander off. Your truths are my eternal inheritance, the quiet joy that keeps my heart beating. I have bent my entire will to follow your path to the very end. I despise chaotic wandering thoughts, but I love the absolute truth of your way. You are my shelter and my shield. I place all my hope in your promise. Away from me, evildoers. I will obey my God. Hold me up with your promise, so I may truly live. Keep my hope alive. Do not let my trust shatter. Keep me standing, and I will be safe. I will focus on your wisdom forever. You cast down those who stray. Their clever tricks are nothing but lies. You sweep away the wicked of the earth. You discard them like useless waste. That is why I love your ways. My skin crawls in awe of your power. I stand in fear of your judgment. I have tried to do what is right, Do not abandon me to those who hunt me. Who will stand as our shield when the arrogant crush us, and our eyes grow weary with waiting, searching for a saving grace, for a promise of justice? Treat us not by our failures, but with mercy. Teach us, show us your way. Give us the wisdom to decode your hidden truths. The world has broken the moral code. It is time to act. That is why I value truth more than gold. Yes, even pure gold. I look at your ancient path as absolute truth and despise the illusion, every false path. Your deep truths are beautiful. My inner soul guards them. The unfolding of your word brings a sudden light. It gives clarity to the lost. I gasp, desperate for a higher design, desiring your guidance. Turn to me with grace, as you always have for seekers who love your identity. Direct my path through the noise, and do not let chaos rule over my spirit. Save me from human tyranny, so I can walk straight and honor your wisdom. Let your presence illuminate my darkness, guiding my mind. Tears stream down my face, because the world has forgotten how to live. You are just master of the cosmos, and your cosmic order is fair. The truths you set in place are absolute and true. My fire burns within me because my rivals ignore your message. Your ancient blueprint is pure, and because of this, I hold it dear. I feel insignificant and rejected, yet I do not forget your rules. Your justice is forever standing, and your law is real. Severe panic and dread grip me, but your wisdom still brings me profound peace. Your rules are eternal. Give me deep insight, and I will truly survive. I scream out from the depths of my being. Answer me, Lord. I will follow your path. Rescue me from this exile, and I will obey. I wake before the sunrise, weeping in the dark, anchoring my soul in hope. My eyes stay wide open through the night shift, pondering your ancient texts. Listen to my plea in your mercy. Rebuild me. Breathe life back into me. My persecutors are closing in, chasing chaos completely detached from your order. But you are closer still, and your design is solid. Looking back at your timeless truths, I realize you established them to stand for eternity. Witness my deep suffering and set me free, for I hold fast to your law. Fight, for my soul rescue me, and restore my life through your promise. Safety is out of reach for the corrupt who ignore your ways. Deep is your compassion. O Lord, revive my spirit through your justice. I face countless enemies, yet I refuse to turn away from your truth. I saw the betrayers and felt a profound sorrow seeing them mock your guidance. Look closely at my devotion. Breathe new life into my weary heart with your endless grace. Your entire message has been true since the start, and every single decree stands unbroken for eternity. Powerful forces attack me for no reason, yet my soul trembles only before your voice. I celebrate your truth like an explorer discovering hidden treasure. I despise deception, but I love your path. 7 times daily I sing your praises because of your flawless justice. Deep peace belongs to those who embrace your wisdom. Nothing can trip them up. I look to you for rescue. I followed your path. My inner soul guarded your truth. I loved those ancient truths, deeply shielding your hidden inner wisdom. All my secret paths lie exposed before you. Hear my desperate plea. Give me deep spiritual understanding matching the code of your word. Let my cry reach your ears. Save me. Soon my lips will pour out praise once you teach me your rules. My voice of your word. Your commandments are pure justice. Reach out and rescue me, for I chose your path. I ache for your salvation, and your truth is my joy. Breathe life into my soul to praise you. Let your guide me. I have wandered off like a lost sheep. Find your servant. I remember your laws. Out of my deepest distress, I cried to the Lord, and he heard me. Rescue my soul from lying lips and a deceptive tongue. What will be given to you? What penalty will strike you, you deceptive mouth? You are like sharp warrior arrows and burning embers. Pity me, for I wander in a foreign land, living among hostile tribes. My soul has lived with those who hate peace. I am for harmony, but they want war, conflict. We ascend further now. I raise my eyes to the towering mountains. Where will my help come from? My help comes from the Lord, creator of heaven and earth. He won't let you slip. Your protector will never fall asleep. Look, the one guarding us never sleeps. The Lord is your ultimate guardian, standing right beside you as your protective shade. The burning sun won't strike you, nor the moon by night. The Lord will shield you from evil, guarding your very soul. He will watch over you as you come and go, both now and even forevermore. Another song. I was filled with deep joy when they called out to me, "Let us go into the house of the Lord." Now our feet stand within your gates, Jerusalem. This city is built strong and united. This is where the tribes journey up, the people of God gathered as one to offer their deep thanks to the Lord. For here stand the thrones of justice, the great thrones of David's royal line. Pray for peace in Jerusalem. May those who love you find peace. May security rest within your walls and safety in your palaces. For the sake of my family and friends, I say, peace be within you. Because of the house of our God, I will seek your prosperity. Another song of ascent. To you I lift my eyes, O King who dwells in the heavens. Look, just as servants watch the hand of their master, waiting for a gesture, and as a maid watches her mistress, so our eyes look to the Lord our God, waiting for his grace. Have mercy on us, Lord. Show us your mercy, because we are overwhelmed with cruel contempt. Our inner souls are completely crushed by the mockery of comfortable people and the deep arrogance of the proud. A new song of ascent. If the Lord had not stood beside us, let his people say it now. If the Lord had not stood beside us when angry mobs rose up to attack us, they would have swallowed us alive. In their burning fury, we would have. The rising waters would have drowned us. The raging torrent would have swept over our very souls. Raging currents swallowed our spirits. But thank God he did not let their teeth tear us apart. We broke free. Like a bird slipping out of a hidden trap, we escaped the hunter's snare. The trap is shattered and we are free. Our help comes from the maker of heaven and earth. Of heaven and earth. Psalm 125. A song of ascents. Those who trust the Lord are like Mount Zion, unshakable. It cannot be shaken, standing forever. Just as the great mountains ring around the ancient city, Jerusalem. So the Lord surrounds his people, keeping them safe, now and for all eternity. For the heavy hand of the wicked will not remain over the land of the good, preventing the righteous from turning to evil. Be kind, O Lord, to those who are good and honest in their hearts. But as for those who wander down crooked, dangerous paths, the Lord will send them away to share the fate of evildoers. May deep peace rest upon Israel. Psalm 126. When the Lord returned the captives to Zion, we felt like we were dreaming. Our mouths were filled with sudden, joyful laughter, and our tongues with songs of joy. Even other nations noticed, saying to one another, "The Lord has done incredible things for them." Yes, He did great things for us, and we are filled with joy. Restore our fortunes, Lord, like desert streams in the south. Those who plant their seeds with tears will harvest their crops with shouts of joy. Crying as they carry seed, they will return laughing, carrying their harvest, bringing their heavy sheaves. Psalm 127. Solomon's Song. Unless the Lord builds the house, the builders work in vain. Unless the Lord protects the city, the guards stand watch for no reason at all. It is useless to wake up early and stay up late eating the bread of anxiety, because God provides rest for those He loves. Look, children are a gift from Him, a true reward from the womb. Like sharp arrows in the hands of a warrior are the children born in one's youth. Joyful is the man whose quiver is full. They will never be embarrassed when they confront their enemies at the city gates. A Song of Ascents. Psalm 128. Blessed is anyone who fears the Lord, walking in His paths. You will enjoy the fruits of your own hard work. Prosperity and happiness will be yours. Your wife will be like a fruitful vine in your home, and your children will gather around your table like fresh olive branches. This is the man who is truly blessed for honoring the Lord. May He bless you from Zion, allowing you to see Jerusalem prosper throughout your entire life. May you live to see your children's children. Peace be upon Israel. Psalm 129. A Song of Ascents. They have greatly oppressed me since my youth. Let Israel now repeat it. They have fiercely oppressed me from my childhood, yet they have never completely defeated me. Cruel plowmen cut deep wounds into my back. But the righteous Lord has finally cut the ropes of the wicked. May everyone who hates Zion be utterly disgraced and forced to retreat. Let them be like grass growing on a roof, which withers, before it can even grow, never filling the hand of the harvester or providing armfuls for the helper. No one passing by will offer them a greeting, saying, "May the blessing of the Lord be on you. We bless you in His name." What if these ancient songs are actually psychological maps of your mind? When we cry out from the deepest, darkest abyss, does anyone hear our voice? Are the heavens listening to our quiet, desperate pleas for relief? If our worst mistakes and guilt were forever recorded, who could survive? Yet profound forgiveness heals us. We wait in the shadows, hoping for a redeeming word. Our weary souls yearn for a mental breakthrough, more than guards watch for morning. Yes, far more than watchmen longing for dawn. We must find hope in something greater, for deep within the sacred lies a mercy capable of rebuilding our broken identity. It rescues us from the prisons of our self-doubt. The next step is conquering the ego. My heart is not proud. My eyes aren't arrogant. I do not struggle to control the universe, nor obsess over mysteries too vast. Instead, I have stilled my anxious thoughts like a quiet child resting with its mother. My inner self is peaceful and content. Let us trust this wisdom from now on, now and forever. Psalm 132 shifts. Remember the endless mental and spiritual battles we fight? The sacred vow we make to our highest self, swearing we will not rest within our comfortable daily lives, nor close our eyes to escape into easy, numbing sleep, until we build a genuine sanctuary within our own hearts, a home for divine truth, a place where the Spirit can dwell. We heard whispers of it long ago. We discovered it hidden deep within nature. Now we enter this inner temple, bowing at the foot of reality. Arise, divine presence. Enter your resting place with all your power. Let our thoughts be clothed in integrity, and let our inner voices sing. For the sake of our hard work, do not turn away from our purpose. The universe has made an unbreakable promise to us, spanning down through every single generation. Your future will be secure if you only hold fast to your moral compass. If you pass these lessons down, your spiritual legacy will endure forever. For the divine force has chosen the human heart, desiring it above all. This is my resting place forever. I will live here because I have chosen it. I will multiply your mental strength and satisfy your deepest hungers. I will wrap your mind in healing, and your spirit will shout. There your true inner strength will blossom, and a clear path will open before you. While your doubts and fears are defeated, your authentic self will flourish. Your light will shine brightly. Psalm 133 highlights unity. See how beautiful and incredibly wonderful it is when people live together in peace. It feels like rich healing oil, flowing gently over the head, soothing our anxieties, and washing away our deepest fears. It is as refreshing as the night dew falling softly upon the mountains. Because in that unified state, a great blessing is commanded. Endless life for all eternity. Psalm 134 calls us, praise the ultimate creative force, all you, servants of the truth, who stand awake during the darkest nights of your soul. Lift up your hands in this quiet inner sanctuary and honor the Creator. May you receive strength from within. Psalm 135 demands our focus. Praise the sacred light, all you seekers, you who stand in this spiritual house, discovering that your struggle is part of the grand design. What if the sanctuary we seek is actually within? Honor the divine, for this path is good. Speak his name, for it brings peace. He chose the struggling soul to be his own. He holds our true identity as a sacred treasure. I know the vast presence is supreme, and our Master stands far above all false gods, executing his will across the cosmic skies and deep within the human heart, drawing mist up from the very edge of the world's consciousness, unleashing bolts of lightning to trigger the rain-summoning winds from his secret inner chambers. He struck down the firstborn of our inner oppression, confronting both our intellect and animal instincts, sending profound signs and terrors directly into the heart of our ego and all its defenses, toppling massive obstacles and slaying the mighty kings of our pride, like Sihon, ruler of the Eye, Amorites, and Og, the giant of Bashan, dismantling every shadow kingdom in our path and offering their domains as an eternal inheritance to his waking children. Your name, O Creator, endures through the ages. Your sacred memory echoed in every generation, for the supreme force will vindicate his seekers, showing profound compassion to those who serve his mysterious design. Yet the idols we craft today, our wealth, our achievements, are mere projections of human hands. They have mouths but cannot speak, eyes but remain completely blind, ears but they cannot perceive anything, nor is there any true life within them. Those who chase these illusions become just like them, cold and empty. But awaken, let the soul bless the divine. Let our spiritual leaders honor him. Let those who guard the inner temple bless him. All who live in holy awe praise the Creator. May blessings rise from the sacred mountain, from the depths of the soul. Praise the Lord. Psalm 136. Give thanks to the Supreme Source, for his endless grace remains forever. Thank the ultimate power above all forces, for his eternal mercy never fades. Let us give gratitude to the Master over all masters, for his quiet love endures. To him who alone performs deep, miraculous works, for his grace remains eternal. To the one who by wisdom crafted the vast cosmic heavens, for his love lasts forever. To him who stretched the solid ground of sanity above the emotional waters, for his mercy endures forever. To him who created the great lights of consciousness, for his grace is eternal, the sun of day, and the moon and stars guiding our nights, because his mercy lives on. To the one who broke Egypt's proud initial defenses, because his love is eternal, leading his captive people out of bondage, for his grace continues for eternity, with an unyielding grasp and a powerful protective embrace, for his mercy remains everlasting. To him who parts our deepest psychological barriers, for his quiet mercy stays unbroken, letting his people cross safely through the terrifying storm, for his love lasts forever, while drowning our stubborn ego and its forces in the depths, because his grace remains. To him who guided his wandering children through the deserts, for his mercy is endless. To him who shattered powerful inner rulers, for his love lasts forever, defeating those legendary stubborn forces of our shadow, like Sihon, ruler of the Amorites, for his grace is eternal, and Og, the towering giant of Bashan, for his mercy endures, transforming their dark territories into a sacred legacy, for his grace stays forever, an inheritance of true identity for his servant, for his love lasts eternally. He noticed us in our deepest depression and despair, for his compassion is eternal, and liberated us from our hidden anxieties, for his mercy never fails. He who provides nourishment to every struggling soul, for his grace is infinite. Offer praise to the God of the heavens, whose love endures forever. Psalm 137. Beside the dark rivers of Babylon, we sat and wept, remembering. By foreign rivers we hung up our silent instruments, weeping for a lost home. Our captors demanded we perform, forcing us to sing of a joy we lost. They wanted entertainment from our ruins, asking for the sacred songs of our past. But how do you sing a holy song when you are trapped in an alien world? If I forget where I come from, let my hand lose its touch forever. Let my voice freeze in my throat if I ever value anything above my true home. Remember, Lord, those who cheered our downfall, who wanted to see us completely destroyed. They screamed to tear it down, to rip our sanctuary apart to its very foundations. You empire of destruction, you will fall. Whoever repays your cruelty will be blessed. Blessed is the one who shatters your future, breaking your legacy against the stones, against the cold stones. I praise you with my entire being, standing defiant before the false gods of this world. I bow toward your sacred space, giving thanks to your name with all my strength. For your endless grace and truth have elevated your promise above everything else. The moment I called out, you answered, pouring fierce courage directly into my soul. Even the rulers of this earth will respect you when they hear your voice. They will sing of your path, recognizing a higher law than their own power. For your glory is immense. Though you rule the high heavens, you still care for the broken. But you keep the arrogant at a distance, exposing their hollow pride from afar. Even when I walk through absolute chaos, your hand reaches out to revive me. You shield me from the fury of my enemies, keeping me safe from harm. You will fulfill your purpose for my life because your love never ends. Do not abandon what you have built with your hands. In Psalm 139, we find a terrifying truth. You have examined my soul. You know when I sit and when I rise. You read my unspoken thoughts and map out every step of my daily journey. You intimately know all my secrets, even before a single word forms on my tongue. You surround me completely, guarding my past and future under your watchful hand. This deep awareness is too overwhelming a height my mind cannot fully grasp. Where can I run from your presence? Where can I hide from my own conscience? If I climb to the heights, you are there. If I sink into depression, you are there. If I fly on the wings of the dawn, or vanish into the deepest oceans, even there your quiet guidance finds me, and your strength keeps me steady. If I try to hide in my own darkness, hoping the shadows will swallow me, even that night sky turns to brilliant light, refusing to let me stay hidden. To you, the dark and the light are exactly the same. You see everything. You formed my inner being, weaving me together long before my first breath. I praise you for this breathtaking design. Your creations are utterly marvelous. My soul knows this truth deeply. My essence was never hidden from your sight, even when I was crafted in secrecy, shaped in the quiet depths of life. Your eyes saw my unformed self, writing every chapter of my life beforehand. Every single day was planned out before any of them had even begun. How precious and deep are your thoughts toward me, O God. Their immense weight is beyond measure. If I tried to count them, they would easily outnumber the grains of sand. When I wake up, I am still with you. Will you destroy the darkness, O God? Get away from me, you violent souls. They whisper malice against you and your enemies abuse your name. Lord, do I not despise those who despise you? And am I not sickened by those who rebel against you? I hate them with absolute hatred, treating them as my own enemies. Search me, God, and know my heart. Test my deepest thoughts. See if there is any darkness hiding inside me, and guide me in the everlasting path. A prayer of David to the director of music. Rescue me, O Lord, from the grip of evil forces. Protect me from violent people who plot destruction deep in their hearts. Day and night they gather for battle. They sharpen their tongues like snakes, dripping with deadly venom. Pause and reflect. Save me, O Lord, from the clutches of the wicked. Shield me from violent men who plot to trip my every step. The arrogant hide traps and ropes for me, spreading nets along my path. They set deadly snares. Pause and reflect. I declare to the Lord, you are my God. Listen to my desperate cries for mercy, O Lord. Sovereign God, the shield of my salvation, you have shielded my head in the day of battle. Do not grant, Lord, what the wicked crave. Block their evil schemes before they grow arrogant. Pause and reflect. Let the malice of those surrounding me overwhelm them. Let the poison of their own words bury them. Let burning coals rain down on them. Throw them into the fire, into bottomless pits, never to rise again. Do not let liars find a home on this earth. Let disaster hunt down violent men to destroy them. I know the Lord will defend the suffering and secure justice for the poor. Surely the good will praise your name, and the honest will live in your presence. Now, Psalm 141. Lord, I call out to you. Hurry to help me. Listen closely to my desperate pleas. Let my prayers rise before you like sweet incense, and the raising of my hands be like the evening offering. Guard my mouth, O Lord, and watch over my lips. Do not let my heart drift toward evil or join in corrupt deeds with wicked men. Keep me from tasting their deceptive pleasures. Let a good person strike me, it is a kindness. Let them correct me. It is like healing oil that my head will not refuse. Yet my prayer continues against their wicked deeds. When their leaders are thrown down from the cliffs, they will realize my words were true and sweet. hour. Bones lie scattered at the mouth of the grave like shattered wood chopped upon the ground. But my eyes are fixed on you, sovereign Lord. In you I find shelter. Do not leave me defenseless. Protect me from the traps they set for me and the snares of evildoers. Let the wicked fall into their own traps while I pass by safely. We enter Psalm 142, a prayer of David in the cave. I cry out loud to the Lord with my own voice. I plead for his mercy. I pour out my honest struggles before him. I lay bare my distress when my spirit is completely overwhelmed within me. You alone know my path. Along the road where I walk, they have secretly hidden a trap for me. I look to my right, searching, but there is no one who recognizes me. Safe havens are gone. Nobody cares for my soul. I cry to you, O Lord. I say you are my refuge, my portion among the living. Why does the human mind build its own prisons, trapping us in deep, silent despair? When our inner demons grow too strong, how do we break free and reclaim our lost identity? Perhaps the answers lie hidden in an ancient king's most desperate cries. In Psalm 143, we find King David whispering into the dark, cold night. He does not beg for a simple escape, but for ultimate truth. He knows that before the divine gaze, no human ego can ever stand justified. An unseen force has hunted his soul, crushing his very will to live. He lies buried in a psychological shadow, forgotten, like those who died long ago. His internal world is completely numb, an exile of the spirit within himself. Yet in this heavy silence, his mind reaches backward to recall a time of sacred cosmic order. He stretches out his hands, craving a spiritual rain to heal his parched soul. Hear him now before his breath fades and his inner light goes dark forever. If the divine turns away, he risks slipping forever into the cold, bottomless abyss of absolute despair. Show him the path forward at dawn, for his trust remains anchored in the unseen. Guide his steps through the maze of his own fear, rescuing him from internal ruin. Teach his heart to align with the higher law, because there is nowhere else to run. Let a gentle wind guide his troubled mind back towards solid, righteous, and steady ground. Bring his fragile consciousness out of this deep, agonizing spiritual exile. Silence the persistent voices of self-doubt that continue to haunt his mind. Then a dramatic shift occurs as we open Psalm 144. The broken victim transforms, discovering that his hands have been trained for spiritual battle. He finds an inner fortress, a shield against the chaos of the material world. But in this victory, he pauses to ask a haunting question. What are we to the cosmos? Why does the infinite source of all life care for such fragile, fleeting creatures? Our existence is a mere breath, a passing shadow slipping away into the quiet dark. He begs the heavens to tear open, to shake the very foundations of reality. Let brilliant bolts of lightning scatter his lingering fears into dust. Reach down from the heavens to pull him out of the overwhelming dark tides. Save him from the deceitful crowds who speak only empty illusions. In response, he promises to sing a completely new, transcendent melody. He will play 10 strings of praise to awaken his dormant soul. This is the force that delivers rulers from their own silent downfalls. Rescue him from the sharp cutting edges of betrayal and deep inner division. Free us from the deceptive illusions that pull our hearts away from truth. Only then can the next generation grow strong and deeply rooted. Our youth will stand firm like polished pillars holding up a temple. Our internal houses will be filled with abundance and quiet peace. Our spiritual harvest will multiply by thousands, flooding into our empty streets. Our core strength will endure under heavy labor, ensuring no walls ever crumble down. No cries of grief or bitter complaints will echo through our shared spaces. True, lasting peace belongs to those who align their internal lives with this divine blueprint. We enter Psalm 145, a song of pure joy. I will elevate this great mystery and bless your name forever. Each passing day offers another chance to praise the grand design of existence. For the depth of this sacred mystery remains far beyond human measure. Why do we pass these ancient echoes of the divine down through generations? We try to speak of ultimate order, of a majesty that transcends our chaos. Humanity wrestles with the terrifying power of existence, desperate to define its source. We carry a fading memory of some original perfect goodness in our souls. We cry out for justice, hoping the universe is guided by deep compassion, a force slow to punish our mistakes, offering quiet mercy to everyone. This grace blankets all creation, prompting every living thing to offer silent praise. The faithful speak of a different reality, a kingdom hidden within our own. They want to show modern humanity the majestic power behind our fragile existence. This eternal dominion stands firm, outlasting all our fleeting empires and regimes. It endures forever, catching us whenever we begin to stumble, lifting up those crushed by life, while the entire world waits in expectation. You feed us exactly when we need it, opening an invisible, generous hand, quietly satisfying the longing of every living soul, perfectly just in all ways, pure in everything he does. This infinite presence draws close to those who call. To all who seek truth, he answers, fulfilling the quiet hopes of the reverent. He hears our desperate cries and rescues us, guarding those who love him. While destructive forces are swept away, my voice will speak of this light. Let every living soul honor this sacred name, now and through eternity, forever. Let our souls awaken and praise this silent source. As long as breath remains in my body, I will sing praises to my Creator. Do not place your ultimate trust in earthly leaders, nor in fragile human systems. They cannot save you. Their breath fades and they return to the cold earth. In that moment, their grand designs perish. But fortunate are those anchored in truth, those whose hope rests in the architect of heaven, earth, and the deepest seas. He guards absolute truth, forever bringing ultimate justice to those who are crushed. He feeds our deepest hunger and breaks the unseen chains that bind us, opening the eyes of the spiritually blind, lifting up everyone bent under heavy burdens. He loves the honest soul, protecting the lost wanderer in a hostile world. He defends the lonely and forgotten, while disrupting the path of the corrupt. This sovereign power reigns eternal, guiding every generation. Let us find true praise. Praise this source. It is deeply restorative to offer our gratitude. To sing to our Creator is beautiful, a healing balm for our souls. He reconstructs our shattered lives, gathering those exiled in their own isolation. He heals our broken hearts, tenderly binding up the deepest, invisible wounds of existence. He counts the infinite stars, calling each by name. His power is limitless. His wisdom has no boundary, lifting the humble while bringing down the proud. Let us sing with deep gratitude, raising our voices in quiet reverence, praising the one who veils the sky, preparing life-giving rain for our dry soil, making green life spring from barren peaks, feeding even the wildest creatures, answering the desperate cry of the hungry raven. He cares nothing for raw force. He finds no joy in our self-made, muscular illusions of control. Instead, he delights in our quiet reverence in those who anchor their hope in mercy. Praise this silent guardian, our ultimate sanctuary, who fortifies our deep inner defenses, securing the fragile gates of our souls, blessing us with a profound, lasting peace. He brings peace to your inner borders, satisfying your deepest hunger before sending out his decrees across the earth. His silent voice echoes instantly, He blankets the world like wool, scattering frost like cold ashes across our souls, hurling frozen glass down like crumbs. Who can survive his freezing shadow? Yet one whispered word melts the ice, and his breath stirs, releasing the frozen streams. He reveals this hidden truth to Jacob, his sacred laws to those who struggle with God. He shared this unique wisdom with no other culture. They remain blind to his deeper judgments. Sing out to thee, Lord. Psalm 148. Awaken your soul to praise the Lord. Creator, let the cosmos echo his name. Praise him, you unseen forces of the unseen realms. Praise him, burning sun and silver moon. Praise him, every shining beacon of light. Let the infinite cosmic skies sing along with the deep waters beyond our vision. Honor the source of existence, for his spoken word brought all reality into being. He locked them in their eternal orbits, writing cosmic laws that can never fail. Praise his name from the earth, mighty ocean depths, wild fire and falling, ice rising mist and howling storms that fulfill his word, great mountains and ancient forests, wild predators, gentle herds, crawling insects, and every bird on the wing. You rulers of nations, everyday souls, powerful leaders and judges of this fragile world, young men, maidens, elders, and children. Let them all honor the eternal Spirit. His presence stands supreme, casting a brilliant light over both earth and sky above. He restores the broken strength of his chosen ones, the song of his faithful followers, those who walk close to his heart. Praise the love, Lord. Psalm 149. Lift your voice and sing to him a brand new song. Let the collective soul of his seekers celebrate. Let humanity rejoice in its Maker. Let the children of light find joy in their King. Move with sacred rhythm, letting your entire body express the beauty of devotion. The divine finds delight in your fragile heart, crowning the quiet and humble with a lasting peace. Let his faithful ones rejoice in this quiet glory, singing, even in the silence of their beds. Let profound praise fill their inner voices with a double-edged sword of truth in their hand to cut through dark illusions and shatter the false rulers of our minds, binding our destructive desires in chains of iron. This is the triumph of the awakened consciousness, gift for every seeking soul. Praise him. Psalm 150. Cry out to the divine in your inner temple. Praise him in the cosmic sky of his power. Praise him for his grand designs and his boundless majesty that transcends space. Sound the horns of awakening, strike the delicate harp strings, and move in ecstatic celebration. Let the resonance of ancient strings and sacred flutes fill the air. Let clashing cymbals echo with joy and thunder. Let every single living breath sing to the divine. Praise the eternal Creator.